What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. Another spring training live edition right here in March, the end of March. Only a couple of more spring training games until the beginning of the regular season, guys. And today is a very special day for our New York Mets, specifically in spring training with Jacob Degrom and Max Scherzer on the mound today. And they are the only two scheduled to pitch. So that's exactly what we were waiting for. We knew it was going to happen sooner or later, but it's happening today, and this is going to be an excellent look at the two best pitchers, arguably, in baseball, and they're pitching on the same day. And most likely you're going to see DeGrom pitch either 3 or 4 innings, and depending on what DeGrom does, Scherzer will go about 5 or 6 innings. So that's where we are right now, guys. So what we do right here, we're going to have an hour pregame, talk about the game. We're going to talk about the lineup, and I'll answer your questions. And then when we get into the game, when it starts, I will shut myself off, put up this right here with the game stats and all that fun stuff and what's going on in the game. And I'll also play the radio call from Howie Rolls or Wayne Randazzo. And every commercial break, I will come back on and we'll talk about the inning. And that's how we will do things during the next couple of hours to watch one of the best pitchers in baseball in Jacob Degrom. And right behind him, Max Scherzer. So it's very nice to see exactly how our two pitchers are going to perform today. As long as they come out healthy, I think everybody will be okay. And we'll look at the lineups in a second. So before we get started, guys, let me say what's up to everybody in the chat. Sue, thank you so much about the videos. Grant, a member of Talking Mets at Rob, how you doing? Sweaty says combined no-hitter. Hey, why the hell not, right? I mean, granted, look, I don't want them to push themselves to the point where they would if they was in the regular season, but that would be kind of cool. Nelson, how you doing? Mark says go Mets. Tegman, hello, how you doing? Will DeGrom win the Cy Young? Well, you know what? He's going to have competition with Scherzer, that's for sure. So, you know, sometimes when you have teammates that are fighting for the Cy Young, usually they take away votes. So that's going to be hard for both of them. But they probably will be the best, one or two best pitchers in baseball for sure. Webbs, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I talked about that yesterday, that Max Scherzer's debut in the regular season on April 8th in Washington is going to be on Apple TV Plus only, exclusively. So, again, you don't have to pay for a subscription. It will be free, but it is a pain in the butt. You know, if you haven't had the app, you got to download it. That's kind of annoying. You know, you need basically perfect Wi-Fi for everything to work properly. And it's kind of annoying. Or if you're outside, hopefully your network is pretty good, because then it's a real pain in the ass. But you know what? It is what it is. You know what? These leagues are just trying to make more money and more money. So it is what it is at this point. You know, I'm going to see, you know, like I did like the YouTube games more than I like the Facebook games the last couple of years. So I could probably I'm okay with the Apple TV. I do have it anyway, so it really don't matter to me. But I know how it can piss off some people. But when the games were on YouTube, I think it was last year or the year before, I liked it on YouTube. It kind of interacted very well with the fans and the chat and everything like that. Facebook was a little annoying because of, most people don't have Facebook, the app, on their smart TV. You know, at least with Apple TV, you know, you download it really quick, boom, it's on your TV. The same thing with YouTube. So it's annoying, but you know what? They're looking to get the younger generation involved. That's the reason why. MB, how you doing, buddy? I have a question. For a fourth outfielder, who we get on free agent market other than Conforto? Well, it seems I still think the Mets are going to go get Conforto, but as of right now, Travis Jankowski, it seems like he's going to be the fourth outfielder. He's performed well in spring training. The Mets have given him a lot of playing time and a lot of looks. He's a very good defensive outfielder who can play all three outfield positions, and that's always key for a fourth outfielder, in my opinion. You know, especially with the DH now, you don't really need a fourth outfielder who is a big bat off the bench, because you're not making a lot of double switches. You're not taking out pitchers because the pitcher is up next inning. So Jankowski is a good fourth outfielder. So if you want to take Marte off his feet for the later innings, you put Jankowski in right field with no problem, or switch Nimmo to right, Jankowski to center. So I don't think we have to worry about that. I think Jankowski is a solid bench player, knowing that the DH is in the league now. So basically, Jankowski is going to get a start here and there, and maybe come in for defensive purposes late in games to hold the lead. That's basically it. So I'm not too worried about that. But I think Jankowski is going to be the guy for our fourth outfielder. Nick, how you doing, buddy? MB says we need Tony Watson. I agree. We got to see what the Mets are going to do. It's going to take some time. I'm assuming the Mets do due diligence. I mean, he has a career 2.90 ERA. So we'll see. We're not the only team in on him. It's just a matter of, are the Mets going to give him what he wants? Because if you notice, the Mets haven't been willing to spend big bucks on the bullpen. The reason why they let Luke go, because he got too much from the Angels. The same thing with Chafin. So the Mets seem like they don't want to spend over $10 million on a reliever per year. And I mean, I don't like that philosophy, honestly. If you're going to have a good rotation or a great rotation, especially in our top three in the rotation, you would think you would want to have a most of the time lockdown bullpen, because you don't want these guys coming out in the seventh inning with a lead and the bullpen blows it. So, but you know what? I'm trusting Showalter, Epler, and Cohen and putting this team together. Maybe they know something we don't know about the guys they already got. Maybe they trust Shreve. Maybe they like Claudio. Maybe they will sign Watson. We will see. But I don't understand the fact that you would want to you have a really great rotation. You put a great rotation together. I would think you would want a pretty decent bullpen, if not really good bullpen, to put behind them so they don't blow leads when these guys pitch and waste their starts. I got the game queued up on a ridiculous amount of TVs at my restaurant so I can see it from an angle. That's cool, Grant. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Jankowski. Like I said, it's not the previous years of the National League when you needed a big bat to be, if you're a fourth outfielder, usually wasn't just a defensive guy. He was a guy with some pop. And now it really doesn't matter. You need a guy who can actually play all positions in the outfield, and a guy who can step in late in games to patrol the outfield with the good defense that he has. Hayden, LFGM, buddy, how you doing? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So I think that's why the Mets are probably in on him. He is up there in age, but if you can give him a 1-year deal for about $4 or $5 million, I think the Mets will do it. So we'll see. Nick, yeah, I know Alex Claudio, he's performed well in spring, and you're going to see him a lot more over the next week before opening day. So I think it's smart for the Mets to just see who performs well, get him in the bullpen. If things don't work out, you just have to figure it out. I mean, it's just that simple. The Mets don't have a lot of options with left-handers right now. Even if they bring in Watson, I still believe you need a second lefty in this bullpen just in case, because you can't pitch Watson every day. You can't pitch Claudio every day. You can't pitch Shreve every day. Not saying that you're going to have to, but you always want that extra left-hander in the bullpen. So if Watson needs a day off, you have another lefty to come in to face some lefties that we will be facing. Andre, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for tuning in. No, Hayden, right now, your fourth outfielder is Jankowski, Travis Jankowski. So, I mean, McNeil played right field yesterday, but, I see McNeil as our everyday second baseman right now. Jankowski is going to be the fourth outfielder, in my opinion. Again, things can change. If the Mets sign Michael Conforto, well, guess what? Jankowski's going to the minors. So that's basically it. Andre Robinson Cano making the team? Yeah, he's making the team. I wouldn't be surprised if he's up for about a month and he's going to get some playing time. After that, I don't think he's going to get a lot of playing time. And if he's not performing, I really think the Mets are just going to buy him out at some point if he's not doing well. He will get a decent amount of starts probably in April as the DH, in my opinion. Joe, how you doing? You made it. Yeah, that's another good point, Nick. You know, with the three batter rule, which is just stupid. I don't like it. But it is what it is. It kind of loses the strategy a little bit. But what I like, what I have to see, like the problem with any lefty for that matter, is that Loop was good against anybody, righty or lefty. Andrew Chafin, his splits were righty and lefty are really good. Chasen Shreve was okay against right-handed batters, but he's basically a left-handed specialist. And the same thing that goes for Claudio, which I think Claudio's a little bit could have a little bit more of a higher ceiling and probably could get lefties out, but we really haven't seen it. But that's what I worry about. When you have a big spot in the seventh inning and Chasen Shreve or Alex Claudio or Tony Watson are in the game, and you put him in to start the inning facing Harper, or let me put the Phillies for example. Facing Schwarber to lead off, and then the next two batters is Nick Castellanos and another right-handed batter. Well, now you're stuck with your left-hander. Okay, great. If you get Schwarber out, good, but you still got 2 outs to go. Now you got right-handers up, and that's when it gets a little tricky. But yeah, you are right about a reliable lefty for sure. Okay, Ken, that's Joe, that's cool. All right, Ken, no questions yet? That's good. That's not too big of a deal. Bring on any questions, guys, if you have any. All right, guys, I'm just gonna. Steven, the Mets are playing the Cardinals today. Well, you know what? I don't see where Dom Smith is going to get a lot of playing time. It seems like right now he's going to platoon with Kana, depending on righty-lefty matchup. That's what I think. I think you're going to need his bat in the lineup a lot more than not. I mean, for all we know, Dominic Smith can be the DH opening day. I would prefer that. I think Mark Kana is a pretty decent left fielder defensively, and I think he's going to surprise a lot of people with his bat at with wearing the orange and blue, honestly. And that if it was me, I would put Dominic Smith as the DH opening day. But I wouldn't be shocked if Buck Showalter puts Robinson Cano on opening day and as the DH. Hayden, 6-man rotation. I never really liked that. And you got two veterans in Degrom and Scherzer that is just a stickler for routine. And I don't think they like a 6-man rotation. I think they like to go every 5th day. It's what they know. It's what they do. And you don't want to mess up their they're already doing their 5-man rotation process now in spring training. So you're not going to mess with it during the season. Maybe once around the rotation, maybe they'll do it, when they got a couple of double headers in a row, they might do that. But other than that, I don't think so. Connor, LFGM, absolutely. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We're going to have the pregame for the hour and go right into the game for the next couple of hours and watch the two best pitchers in baseball in Degrom and Scherzer scheduled to start all by themselves, guys. So it's going to be a lot of fun today. We're going to do a lot of talking about it. And once again, guys, when the game starts, I will go into this mode right here. So you can actually watch what's going on. You watch the stats, the balls and strikes and all that fun stuff, runners on base and everything like that. And then I will also put the radio call they should have a radio call for today because the Mets are playing at home in Clover Park. So they should have the radio call. If the radio call is up and running, we will listen to the radio call and I'll mute my mic during the innings. And during the commercial breaks, I will come on really quick and talk about the inning. So that's the way it's going to be for the next couple of hours, guys. Joey, a member of Talkin Mets or Rob. Yeah, I mean, I guess he can still hit, but he hasn't shown it yet in spring games that he played. He's been a little, he still has that quick back speed, but the balls that I've seen him hit, now I haven't seen every at bat and every game of spring training from beginning to end. But the games that the at bats that I've seen Cano make, he's been swinging at a lot of breaking balls. He hasn't been catching up to a lot of fastballs. That worries me a little bit. But again, I still think Buck Showalter is going to give him every opportunity to be the everyday DH, even though I want Dominic Smith as the DH when he's not in the field. Yeah, Nick, I agree with that. Again, I think, the good thing about the DH, and, obviously we know about the DH, we know how it works and how managers, finagle the DH depending on the pitcher on the mound. I think that's what the Mets are going to do. I think when there's a tough lefty on the mound, you're probably going to see J.D. Davis at DH. When there's a righty on the mound, you're going to see a platoon between Smith and Cano. They're probably going to use analytics and see, if Smith or Cano have numbers against these guys, who is better, and then they'll probably put him as DH. So that's what I think is going to happen. But I agree with you. Yeah, so let me look at the lineup really quick so we can take a look at it. Give me a second. All right, so we got Jeff McNeil. Let me just pull it up really quick so you guys can see it. Give me a second. All right, let me zoom in a little bit more. All right, there we go. All right, so Jeff McNeil playing second base, Mark Hanna batting second, Francisco Lindor shortstop batting third, Pete Alonso batting fourth, playing first base, Robinson Cano is the DH, batting fifth, Eduardo Escobar playing third, batting sixth, Travis Jankowski getting another game in at center field, batting seventh, Tomas Nido behind the plate, batting eighth, and Starlin Marte in right field, batting ninth. So you see what they're trying to do here. Marte as a second leadoff hitter with Jeff McNeil. I actually kind of like this lineup, honestly. Obviously, Nimmo had a sore thumb, so that's why he's not playing today, and that's why Jankowski is in here. So if Nimmo was playing today, you probably would have seen Marte, Nimmo 1-2, and then probably either McNeil in the 9 spot as a second leadoff hitter. That's the way I'm thinking it. So I actually like this lineup. It really stretches out the lineup. Again, I still rather have Dominic Smith in the lineup as a DH, but it's still a nice lineup, honestly. And if you look at the averages, McNeil's batting a solid 300. Lindor has been pretty good at 308. Escobar has been fire right now at 556. Everybody's been pretty good. Pete Alonso's been struggling a little bit, kind of with the 231 average, which is basically his career average. He's been, he's an on-base guy, so that's what I like about him. Jankowski and Nido batting 250. Cano is batting 111. So, he hasn't really been that good, but I do like this lineup a little bit. Obviously, we're missing some pieces, but I honestly think that, if you take Cano out of here and put in Smith, put Nimmo in center field with James McCann, it's a very solid 1-9 lineup, honestly, guys. So let's go back to your comments. Let's see, where did I go? Yeah, see, Hayden, as long as he's healthy, I want him in the leadoff spot. I want Marte, Nimmo 1-2. Marte can steal a lot of bases for this team. And when you have Nimmo behind him, who takes a lot of pitches and works the count, it makes a perfect scenario for Marte to be the leadoff hitter and steal bases. That's what I really like about this Marte sign-in, is that not only does he have the speed, but he's a 300 hitter, so he's going to get on base a lot. And then you got Nimmo, who works the counts, takes a lot of walks, takes a lot of pitches, which gives Marte time to steal bases. So I think Marte will be the leadoff hitter. As long as he's healthy, he's probably going to be the leadoff hitter on opening day. Listen, Nick, no doubt about it. I told you guys yesterday, I put 500 down on every year during March Madness. I put 2 or 3 underdogs where I put a couple of $100 on each one on the underdogs. Because hey, if they make it, I'll do the Elite 8, the Final 4, and I already won a couple of a few $1,000 on St. Peter's just making the Elite 8 and then hopefully the Final Four, I win another couple of $1,000. I got $500 on St. Peter's winning the national championship. It wasn't no inside information or anything like that. I was like, you know what? Let me just put some money on them, and it's over like I think it's like 50 grand if they win the national championship. So I'd be partying if St. Peter's wins the championship. Martin, I'm definitely going to a lot of games this year. I do have season tickets. I also bought another 20 game pack, which I usually buy the 20 game pack just in case of somebody that I know wants to go with me to certain games, and I have the extra ticket. And usually I sell those 20 game tickets as well, to people. And because with the channel now, and if you become a member, you have access to winning Mets tickets during the year. So you got to be a member to get those free tickets, in a raffle that I would do probably once or twice a month. And you got to buy the biggest membership package membership that makes you in the running to win Mets tickets. And don't worry, guys, if you don't live in New York and you're in an area where you have another major league team and you want to go and you win the giveaway, I will buy tickets to that game in your home state. So that's something that I'm also doing as well. So look at the memberships. If you want to become a member, you can, and it would be, you get a lot of perks with that. What the heck is it? I think I have the stickers somewhere. I am sending out people's when you become a member, I got a channel with my logo on it with the sticker that I'm sending to the members. I actually sent a few out yesterday. I had to go buy more stamps. I ran out of stamps, so I have to get more stamps. But I think I got like 4 more to go. So everybody who's a member right now, you should be receiving your stickers hopefully in the next week or so. And so Martin, just take a look at that. But I am going to a lot of games this year. I mean, I'm heading to DC. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to go to opening day in Washington. I do have a ticket, but because of work, I might get stuck at work, which is unfortunate. But I am going during the weekend to DC with a couple of my friends, with a couple of guys from the 7 line. So that's going to be fun. And of course, opening day at Citi Field. Roberto, a member of Talkin Mets and Rob. Yeah, exactly, Roberto. As long as they get ready for opening day, I'm good. Yeah, Scherzer's a beast. And look, if these guys are healthy, there is no doubt about it, guys. They're going to be the best 1-2 punch in baseball. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. I don't really care about lineups in the spring. It is interesting that Robinson Cano is getting a lot more playing time in spring, but it kind of makes sense because Buck Showalter wants to see what he has, because you're not going to waste your time putting him in the opening day lineup and he struggles and kills the lineup. And that's something I don't think we're going to do. Oh yeah, I don't think Buck Showalter is an old timer. I think he can manage no problem without the DH. With double switches and taking out the pitcher at the right time, knowing that he's up next half inning. Yeah, but I think he would have been fine. I mean, but he don't have to worry about that now, so that's good. Yeah, I know. When I heard it on the radio coming home from work, saying, "Oh, Nimmo has a sore dump, so he's out of the line again." I don't care because it's spring training. Get these guys healthy, get everybody healthy going into the season, which is very rare for the Mets. Last year, there was issues with Conforto and McNeil, and I think another player when spring training was almost up, and we were going into the season with already injuries. Let's stay 100% healthy going into the opening day, and I'll be very happy. But yes, another boo-boo for Nimmo. Yes, the Mets game is on Pix 11 or Channel 11 or whatever channel you guys have it on, but it is on Pix 11 today. So don't worry, don't look at SNY; it's not there. Yeah, it probably won't be 3 lefties MB. It'll be 2. it would probably be chasing Shreve and Watson, and Claudio will go down to AAA. And if we need him, we bring him up. Listen, if I win, you probably won't see me for a month. Hey, if you guys are in New York, man, I'll take you guys to a Mets game. That'll be fun, right? You know, Nick, I didn't do Oral Roberts last year. That was my big thing. I picked other lower seeds that obviously didn't do too well. But you know, something about Oral Roberts last year that kind of got me, like, this time I bet every 14th, 15th, and 16th seed. If it was just to win that game, because winning that game, they were probably like plus 650 in certain areas. I think St. Peter's in the first round against Kentucky, they were like plus like 750. Like, of course, I'm going to put like 100 down. Like, that's good money right there if they happen to make that miracle. And I just kept on riding it. And then I put a couple of hundred on St. Peter's just because. I don't know why. I don't know. Sometimes I just go a little crazy with lower seeds for just the fun of it. Mark, Mets or Brewers? I think the Mets rotation. The Brewers rotation, don't get me wrong, it's very, very good. You know, they could be better than the Mets rotation, but with the third pitcher in this Mets lineup, Chris Bassett, and I still think Taijuan Walker is going to be very good for us. You know, 1 through 4 is a very tough rotation. You know, going into a 4-game series against that rotation, you know, you're going to have a really hard time scoring runs. And, you know, even though the Brewers are very good in that rotation, I still think the Mets are just a little bit better. 100%. I agree with you 100%. The best 1, 2, 3 in baseball. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, that is the game on MLB Network. See, I didn't even pay attention to that. But Nick, thank you for telling me and other people that might not be in the region. So if you're not in the region and you can't get Pix 11, MLB Network is carrying it according to Nick. So if you're scared about watching it, or you know what, if you can't get it at all, stick around. You'll at least get the game, the score and what's going on in the game here. And also, I will put up the stats and little game day, the gameplay from MLB.com. And I also have the radio call as long as the radio call is up and running. Because the other day it wasn't up and running. And I have no idea why. Joey, no more scratch your head maneuvers from Buck Showalter. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. You know, I'm not going to question. You know, there's always going to be a time when you question a manager's move. Like, why would he do that? But I'm trusting Buck Showalter. You know, when Buck Showalter takes, you know, Taijuan Walker out in the 6th inning or in the 5th inning, I'm trusting Buck Showalter, knowing that he's going to actually, you know, I feel confident that he's going to make the right decision, in my opinion. Yeah, well, they still got some moves to make. You know, it really depends on who's going to make the team. You know, there's a couple. You know, we got to see a couple of pitchers that are going to make it also. So we'll see. They'll put them guys on a 40-man. Well, yeah, that's the thing, Tech. You know, the Mets top 3 has the track record of being really damn good. Either one of those guys, Degrom, Scherzer, or Bassett, can be an ace on a lot of staffs. And again, the Brewers basically had what a year and a half of really good pitchers in rotation. You know, you have to keep on repeating it, like Scherzer, like Bassett, like Degrom. All right, let's see. Just gonna check something really quick. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Going to take you all the way through the game today and watch Degrom and Scherzer pitch their masterpieces, hopefully. And again, you know, they can give up 6 home runs each. As long as they come out healthy, I don't really care. But it's going to be fun today, guys. So let's just take a look at the lineup again for the people that are just tuning in. So that is the lineup for today for both teams, but exclusively with the Mets. Jeff McNeil playing second, batting first. Mark Canha batting second, left field. Francisco Lindor at short, batting third. Alonso at first, batting fourth. Robinson Cano DHing, batting sixth. Batting fifth. Eduardo Escobar playing third base, batting sixth. Travis Jankowski is in for Nimmo because Nimmo has a sore thumb. He is batting seventh and playing center field. Tomas Nido is batting eighth and catching. And Starlin Marte is batting ninth in right field. And he's basically the second leadoff hitter. So that is also going to be fun to look at this lineup today because I'm very interested to see what a couple of guys do. I'm going to focus on Jankowski, Marte, and Robinson Cano today. Who is our home opener against? It's against the Arizona Diamondbacks on April 15th, Friday. So, yeah, once again, guys, with this lineup, I really do like I'm very focused on today. Cano, Jankowski, and Marte. I want to see how these guys do. So the Mets are facing Dakota Hudson today. So, obviously a guy in the Cardinals rotation that's pretty good. So we'll see how the Mets lineup can score some runs against Dakota Hudson. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what it is. Degrom and Scherzer will be an ace in any team in baseball, and almost every team for Bassett, like you said, 70%. Bassett will be the ace on the team. So that's just the way it is. Like, you know what? The Mets set themselves up well in the rotation. The only concern I have is the bullpen not really being a question mark, but, it could be better. And you just don't want to blow leads by these three guys after they come out of the game because they're going to pitch well. And, they're probably 9 out of 10 times, they're probably going to come out of the game with a lead. And it would suck if the bullpen blows leads. We've seen that in years past in Degrom starts alone. But in general, we need the bullpen to be very solid. Got to hold leads. So we got about a half hour until game time, guys. So keep on rolling with your questions. And if you got any concerns regarding the channel, or let me know anything that you would want in the channel or expect in the channel or in the membership, let me know, guys, so we can, talk about it. That's why we're here right now until the game starts at 1. Yeah, that's a good call. Most of the time he's been in against lefties, so it's going to be very interesting to see. Again, Jankowski, he's a 250 hitter. That's basically what he is. But again, the Mets, if they're going to bring him up north on this roster, I do think they're bringing him up for his defense and his versatility in the outfield. But again, guys, as you know, I think it's the first month, if I'm not mistaken, I might, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first month, you're allowed to have 28 players on your roster. So it seems like it's going to be a couple more pitchers in the bullpen, most likely. I mean, that kind of makes sense since you don't need a big bench anymore with the DH. So you're probably going to see a couple of more arms in the bullpen. That's why I can still see McGill being a long man, at least in the first month of April. And you might still get your 2 lefties in the rotation, at least for the first month in April. Yeah, Techman, I wouldn't call it a recipe for disaster because considering May, if he works on getting those home runs down, because that wasn't his problem was giving up home runs last year with Trevor May. And with Castro, I worry about him because if he's wild, he has a hard time throwing strikes, and then he basically walks the bases loaded. So Castro's another one. Edwin Diaz, I think he's just like almost every other closer. He's a guy with great stuff. If you'll know if he's on right away, if he locates his fastball, he's going to be untouchable. But when he's wild with his fastball, that's when problems start to happen. I think Seth Lugo is going to bounce back this year, so that's something that I think we can look forward to. It seems like Chasen Shreve is going to be one of the lefties in the bullpen, and hopefully Tony Watson as well, who's been a very good pitcher throughout his career and pitched well for the Giants last year. Yeah, and that's the big thing with Trevor May that I worry about. If he can cut down on the home runs, I think he'll be okay. Oh, technically, we've been talking about. I did two videos on this in the offseason about Taylor Rogers. I want him. Again, he might still be. Because of the Twins, seem like they're spending money and going for it, so to speak. They're probably not trading Rogers at this point. But if they fall apart, maybe they will trade Rogers at the deadline, and that might be the acquisition the Mets make. That's why I'm not so concerned about the bullpen right now, even though I did want Andrew Chafin or any other left-handed pitcher that actually made sense for the Mets. Bring back Aaron Loup, guys like that. But at the end of the day, you can always get solid to really, really good bullpen arms at the deadline. So I'm not too concerned about it right now. But for the first couple of months, I don't want to see this bullpen blowing leads that Degrom, Scherzer, and Bassett has been giving these teams, and then the bullpen loses the lead, and then we lose games because of that. I don't want that right now. So I'm just gonna just leave up the lineup right here right now for everybody to see who's tuning in. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button, guys, so we can get the stream out to more people, so we can have fun watching Degrom and Scherzer mow down the St. Louis Cardinals. I think he has. You might be right, Andre. I gotta check. Let's see. Checking right now. Yes, you're correct. So he's making almost $7.5 million. He is a free agent after this year. So that's a good sign. But again, that even means more that he could be trade bait at the deadline as well. So, the Twins are all in this year. You see what they've done. They got Sonny Gray, they got Correa, and now they also, they still have Taylor Rogers, who's one of the better relievers in the game. So again, he can be a trade candidate if the Twins fall apart by the trade deadline. Yeah, Nick, that's probably a big reason why Steve Cohen didn't make it specific that he would go over 290 before the season started. He said he would. So that just means, stay about $15-16 million under the 290 cap tax. And, we need a bat. We need an arm or two at the deadline. You can easily go over that. Yeah, Juan. Carrasco. I don't know what we're gonna get for him, but I'm not totally worried about Carrasco, because if Carrasco doesn't perform, the Mets are gonna take him out of the rotation, and you got a guy like McGill and Peterson that can easily fill in that spot. Cade Sports. Yeah, Cade, exactly. That's the reason why I think the Mets are going to eventually sign Michael Conforto, because if there was a 2 or 3 year deal somewhere, Michael Conforto probably would have signed somewhere. Clearly, there's no team that's going to give him a 1 year deal other than the Mets, because he has that draft pick compensation attached to them. And no team is going to sign a 1 year deal and also give up a draft pick. It doesn't make economically, it doesn't make sense, and draft wise, it doesn't make sense. So I think the Mets are just waiting and waiting and waiting, and I wouldn't be surprised by either the end of this week or early of next week before the opening day, you'll see Michael Conforto get signed by the New York Mets. I still feel that. And with the 28-man roster for the first month of the season, you can easily have Michael Conforto and Jankowski as your fourth and fifth outfielders. And why not, right? And that it's just going to help the team and the bench a little bit more. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about, blown saves. Yeah, Diaz was better last year. He wasn't the disaster he was in 2019. He was much better last year. But, you can talk about the bullpen and have problems with it. Trevor May gave up a lot of home runs last year. Castro, when he's on, he's filthy. But when he's wild, he's not that good of a pitcher. He walks the ballpark when he's wild. Seth Lugo, again, even with Seth Lugo being bad last year, we were in the top 1/3 of least blown saves, and Seth Lugo was bad last year because of the injury as well. So, and Sean Reed Foley, I expect to be in the bullpen, who I like. Chasing Shreve, Alex Claudio, Tony Watson, whoever you want to put in there. It's kind of, I still worry about the bullpen. Even though I still think Diaz is better than what he's shown in 2019, but he still scares the hell out of me. Tegman, I would like no blown saves, but I know what you're talking about. Rather have it early than late. Yeah, John, that's why I was talking about earlier. When I was talking about the lineup, 3 guys I want to see. Obviously, Marte gets to start in right field, so we're gonna see him take his at bat. Obviously, you probably won't see it until the second or third inning, depending on what the Mets do offensively. But I want to see Marte. I want to see Cano. And I also want to see Jankowski, because Jankowski is a guy that is probably going to be a fourth outfielder on this team. And Robinson Cano, I want to see if he can do absolutely anything with the bat. And of course, Marte coming back from that strain that what the hell is it called? I forgot what it's called, but you know what I'm saying. The strain that he had, whatever it is, but the strain that he has, hopefully he's healthy. Hopefully he actually swings the bat. That would be nice. Not just sit there and stand and look at the pitches, but we'll see. But he is in right field, so we'll see how he moves, see how he runs. Yeah, when Peterson came up in 2020, because Stroman opted out and Syndergaard was having Tommy John, he pitched very well. His first start was against Boston and had a really good game early on in the year in 2020. So, if Peterson is healthy, I think he can be very good. But again, they're going to leave Peterson in the minors, in my opinion. And I think if Carrasco doesn't perform, McGill's going to be the first one up. And so I wouldn't say Conforto won't help the team. I mean, if you look at his stats, except for last year, he's one of the better offensive players on the team for the last couple of years. So I wouldn't say he can't help. I mean, would you rather have Conforto or Jankowski as your fourth outfielder? Probably Conforto. Yeah, I haven't heard about Conforto going to the Blue Jays. I've heard him rumored to go to the Texas Rangers and the White Sox. But again, I don't see what those teams are doing right now, because if they want him, why haven't they signed him? That's what I don't understand. Yeah, I think it's inevitable that the Mets are going to sign Conforto, because I think if somebody would have offered him a multi-year deal, he would have took it already. And probably these teams, what they're doing, they're probably giving him 2 years and with about probably not a lot of money, probably less than his qualifying offer of 19.5. So that's where I think the Mets are just going to hold on to it and be like, listen, it's almost opening day. Let's go. Get it done. That's what I think. You're not going to get hurt by signing Michael Conforto. He can only help. He's not going to hurt. I'd rather have Michael Conforto than Jankowski as your fourth outfielder. Well, I mean, Andre, honestly, it's not about signing as just to be the fourth outfielder. If nobody's going to sign you, at some point you're just going to have to take a decent amount of money for that 1 year and just go. No, Nick, they didn't get rid of the draft pick compensation yet. They haven't. That's not going to be set until the players have about, I think, until the end of May to decide on the the international draft and all that stuff that they have to figure out. If they agree to that, then the draft pick compensation is no more. But right now, the draft pick is still part of the CBA right now until the players agree to the international draft. Yeah, they didn't get rid of it. They wanted to, but they didn't. They didn't. They wanted to keep that as leverage. So exactly. Connor will probably be a fourth outfielder, most likely, if they sign Conforto. And again, you can platoon Conforto and Connor. Why not? It's not the end of the world. When there's a lefty in, you put Connor in. When there's a righty in, put Conforto in. It's not that big of a deal. And you can put Conforto as the DH if you want to. I mean, how can Conforto not help the lineup? He would. Yeah, Andre, exactly. So the end of July, the players union has to either accept the international draft or the draft pick compensation is still going to be there on the players. Well, yeah, I think it hurt the Mets over the last couple of years not having a DH. There was too many players that were playing out of position just to get their bat in the lineup. So, Kate, sorry, Robert. Yeah, I'll do that for you for the Giants. I think they're still going to be a good team, but I think they're going to have a hard time repeating what they did last year. I know you got a couple of pitchers that you did get Rodon. That was a very nice move by you guys. But, can you repeat another 100-win season? I don't know. I think the Padres will be better. It's going to be a tough division for you guys. But with that extra wild card spot, I think the Giants can I think they can win about 93, 94 games if everything goes right. They're an older team, which is a little scary. Yeah, Kate, exactly. Conforto has to come back for a prove deal. And I don't understand what Boris is trying to do at this point. Get your client $19 million because Conforto's not going to sign for less than the qualifying offer. So just give him that 1-year deal. Conforto is not going to hurt this team. We got too much signings this year with Marte, Kana, and Escobar that Conforto is not going to hurt the team. He can only help the team at this point. You can DH Conforto if you really need to, if you want Kana in left field. So, yeah, Tegman, Miguel's not going to get the 5th spot. I think they're going to give it to Carrasco. And if Carrasco just doesn't perform over the first couple of starts, then you'll probably see Miguel. Exactly, Nick. Everybody, the same people, and we talked about this a lot with Jeff McNeil. Jeff McNeil in 3.5 years had one really good year, one really bad year. Do not count the 2020 season. It's pointless. It's 60 games. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. You're not going to win that argument. Michael Conforto, throughout his career, has been one of the better bats in this lineup over the last 5-6 years. Last year was the only year he had a bad year. In 2016, he got hurt with that shoulder injury. That's why he didn't play a lot of games. But every other year, batting 250, 260. I think 1 year he had a bad average at like 240, 235. But every year, you'll have 25 home runs, 80 RBIs. Where are you getting that production in this lineup other than probably Alonso and Escobar? You're not getting that anywhere else. So, and, if the Mets sign Conforto, pretty good chance that they'll probably get rid of Robinson Cano at that point and not waste our time and get an extra roster spot. And now you have that DH spot somewhat opened up for guys like Smith and Davis and Michael Conforto. It's not the end of the world with that, guys. Lane, how you doing? So we got about 10 minutes until game time, or about 15 minutes until game time. So just keep on going with your questions, guys. Once again, we're going to keep that screen up like this. Also with the radio call, I'm going to see if the pregame is on now so I can see that radio spot working on MLB on the MLB app. Let me see if it's working. I don't hear nothing yet. All right, so I don't think they have anything yet. Give me a second. All right, let's hope that the radio call works. I really hope it does. But if it doesn't, we'll just do what we normally do with the screen up with the game day screen up there, so you guys can follow the game while I do a little commentary during the game as well. Josh, I'm not sure if you're in New York, but it's on Pix 11. If not, you can watch it on MLB Network. I can't show the game live because of the copyright issues, but hopefully I'll have the radio call and the screen that you see up now of game day, so you can see what's going on during the game and who's pitching, who batting, and all that stuff. So if you got MLB Network, turn that on. The Mets will be on there. Yeah, but Conforto's going to sign before the start of the season. He is. There's no way Conforto's going to let a month go by and then somebody's going to sign him. I think that's crazy. That does not make no sense for him. What it does is not only hurts his value as a free agent, if he does wait until May or the end of May to sign, he loses 2 months where he's probably going to get a 1-year deal anyway, and lose 2 months and his value is just going to go down. I don't think it's very smart. You're going to see him sign by before opening day. Yeah, Cade. When it comes to Francisco Alvarez, absolutely. I don't think he's going to be up this year at all, but I can really see him next year. Him getting some starts next year for sure. I can really see that if he progresses well. Yeah, Sean, I agree. Yeah, I mean, but again, before the season, remember, he had a really good 2020 season, and nobody really expected him to have a year like he had last year. And I don't think Conforto thought he was going to have a year like he had last year. With a really, really, really good 2020, and the Mets offer him over $100 million contract, he probably thought, all I got to do is have another decent, or at least a back of my baseball card type of year, batting 260, 25 home runs, 80 RBIs, and he'll probably hit 100, he'll probably get a 5-6 year deal worth $150 million. He probably wasn't thinking that he would be the last one standing on the free agent market on big name free agents. That's what I think happened to him. Lane, I do like the Mets lineup today. Well, I think they changed it over. There we go. There we go. So let me just pull it back a little bit. There we go. That's what I like to see. I think we can see it now. All right. There you go, guys. So that's what's going to be up on the screen, and hopefully I get the radio call if it works, because sometimes it doesn't work for some reason. But I'm going to try another game. Maybe we'll get lucky. Just give me 1 second, guys. All right, so the radio call is not up yet. Hopefully they put it up soon. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to try another. Hey. They never make it easy. I swear, they never make it easy. For some reason, I'm not getting it. I don't know why. No idea. Maybe it'll start when the game starts, I'm assuming. We'll hope. Let's hope so. All right, so hopefully it starts up and we can get the radio call by Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo. Yeah, it's on local TV in New York today on Pix 11, but it should be showing on MLB Network according to Nick. It's on MLB Network. I don't know if it's in every market, but I'm assuming it's probably the game of the day for MLB Network. So the Mets are, Scherzer and Degrom's pitching today, so it's probably on MLB Network. So check that out first. Josh, no problem. Glad I can help. But thank Nick for that. Yeah, like I said, if they get Watson, I'll be very happy about that. I think that's going to help us out a lot. But other than that, you just have to pray. Bullpen's a year-by-year basis. 1 year they can be really bad, and next year coming back with the same guys can be really good. But I think the Mets need Watson. I think they need to get him. Yeah, 25 million. What was it? Let's see. It was what? Let's see. It's hard to do math sometimes. $20 million a year, is a little bit more than a qualifying offer. It's about what, $500,000 more than a 1 year qualifying offer. So, unfortunately, he's missing out on $20 million a year. Yeah, I don't think Syndergaard's going to be that good. I think he's so full of himself, and going into California just make it even worse. Yeah, I wanted George Springer from day one. They should, I know the Mets were in on him, but you know what? The Blue Jays paid a premium to get him, and they got him. Yeah, I got on Pix 11 right now because I'm in the local market. Yeah, Kate, I said that yesterday. I think the Mets, I'm between 92 and 94 wins. And I did put a poll up yesterday, and the majority of people, I think it was like 75% of the of you guys checking out the stream yesterday, said between 88 and 94. So that's where I think the Mets will be. I'm thinking between 92 and 94. Everything goes right, I could see 94. So we'll see. So yes, once again, guys, if you're not in the New York market and you can't get the local station, it will be on MLB Network everywhere. So check MLB Network. The game will start in a few minutes, and you'll see Degrom and Scherzer pitch. Yeah, but I think it was a very good deal for Springer. I wanted the Mets to get him. Yeah, Ken. I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, I don't think, nobody thought Conforto was going to have the year that he had last year. So everybody just assumed that the Mets were going to extend him. But, when you had a really nice 2020, and for the last couple of years been basically, the Conforto that we all know, 22 to 25 home runs, 80 RBIs, on this market nowadays, you can get over $100 million easily. But he had a bad year, and people are scared off by it. All right, so game should be starting soon. Try this radio call again, because that's always fun. Let's see if I can try the Mets website. Let's see if it works a little better. All right. Not sure why it's not playing. It's kind of annoying. That kind of. Oh.
Family Arena.
All right, so the Mets broadcast is not working at the moment, but St. Louis is.
It's KMOX, the trusted voice of St. Louis.
All right, so let's see if the Mets just come on at 1 exactly. So the game is going to start soon. They're showing it right now. Not really sure why the Mets broadcast is not working, but for some reason the radio call for St. Louis is working, but not the Mets. But hopefully it starts going in a little bit. There we go. We got it. Yes. So, guys, what we're going to do right now, I'm going to put the radio call on. You can hear Howie Rose, Wayne Randazzo. So, after every in between innings, I'll pop back on and talk about the inning. All right, guys? So, I'm just going to mute my microphone and put on the radio call. All right, guys? SoCal, what's up, buddy? SoCal, I'm actually in other leagues. I'm not doing my own this year, SoCal. So I'm gonna put on the radio call right now, and we can listen to Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo, guys.
Jacob Degrom will start. Max Scherzer may well go deep enough to finish.
It's going to be an interesting day here in Port St. Lucie, especially as you just mentioned, Howie, the fact that there's the potential for these two guys to go 9 innings. It's not going to be like one will pitch 2 and another will pitch 2, and it'll be a normal spring training game from there. This could be an all-out Degrom-Scherzer fest, as Jacob Degrom is expected to go 3 innings. Max Scherzer wants to go 6. Now, there could be pitch counts and things that come up that could preclude that from happening. But in a best-case scenario today, we'll see these two guys, 2 of the very best pitchers, if not the 2 best pitchers in baseball, on the mound today throughout this game against the Cardinals. And I think that's what really sets this apart from most teams having a 1-2 punch, and there are a few teams who can certainly say that. You could line up Degrom and Scherzer as the numbers 1 and 2 pitchers in all of Major League Baseball, and they're on the same rotation. So it's a special thing to begin with, and an even more special day here in Port St. Lucie.
Remember last week, Wade, we did a game between the Mets and the Cardinals here, and it was kind of nice to see the Cardinals bring a whole lot of their starters to hit against Mets pitching that day. Seeing what's ahead of them today, Big Boy said, no, I'll take a pass on this one. So the Cardinal lineup will be a little less representative of what it will be opening day than it was last week. And I just think back to last year, and I'm sure you remember this, when Jacob Degrom had one of his rehab appearances against the Palm Beach Cardinals. And the Palm Beach Cardinals, who played down in Jupiter, they had some fun with that, tweeting out some humorous lines. But it's going to be a little bit like that today, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if some of those 19-year-olds that Degrom was striking out here in Florida last summer are in the lineup today for the Cardinals, because Paul Goldschmidt's certainly not.
Uh-oh.
Neither is Tyler O'Neill. There's no Nolan Arenado to be found.
Sometimes it goes in and out,
today.
guys.
So the Cardinals, the Cardinal way is all about playing smarter, not harder. So that's what they're doing today. They're playing smarter by not playing at all against Degrom and Scherzer.
Self-preservation, I guess. One man who will not play today, although he says he very easily could have, is Brandon Nimmo. He's got a little bit of a jammed thumb, but Brandon will be given the day off so he can celebrate his 29th birthday. Happy birthday to Mr. Nimmo, who apparently is going to get his wish. He is going to be in center field at the start of the season. All the metrics favor him over Starling Marte over the last year or so. But newsworthy today for the Mets is that Marte will be in the starting lineup. And I know there was some question whether or not he'd even hit, because this would be his first appearance and injuring an oblique working out before he even got down to spring training. But I spoke to him briefly before the game. Marte says he's good to go and he expects to hit.
Well, that's what he expects. Buck Showalter said they're going to feel it out as they go along today. They want to take care of Starling Marte. They said definitely by the next game, which will be on Tuesday. Mets don't have a game tomorrow.
Yeah, guys, so if you're just tuning in, Nimmo has a sore thumb. So that's the reason why he is not in the lineup and Jankowski is in. So don't be alarmed. It's only a sore thumb, so don't worry about it too much, guys. But once again, guys, the radio call from Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo will be playing most of the time. I will be coming in and out from in between innings so we can talk about the innings. So enjoy the radio call, guys.
You know, I'm sure there is something to it, but for an athlete the caliber of Starling Marte, I'm sure right field will be no problem.
Well, Marte is due to bat ninth, so we'll guarantee that he will come to the plate, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. Right now, the umpires are out at home plate. Managers are on their way to exchange the lineup cards. What do those lineup cards look like, Wayne?
Well, they look like two guys in completely different generations giving out the lineup cards. It'd be like me and you giving out the lineup cards out there today.
Probably.
Buck Showalter is 65 years old. Oliver Marmol is 35 years old, the manager of the Cardinals, and he will line things up a little differently than he thought he would coming into today. Never mind. Goldschmidt, Arenado, and O'Neill staying back in Jupiter. Also today, Nolan Gorman, one of the Cardinals' top prospects, was scratched from the lineup. Gorman experiencing lower back tightness, so he's not in there for St. Louis as he was expected to be. Dylan Carlson is leading off for the Cardinals today. He's playing right field. Lars Nootbaar is the DH. Nootbaar is batting second. We've seen Nootbaar make some nice outfield defensive plays over the last couple of years. One a couple of weeks ago, one last week against the Mets here in Port St. Lucie, and one to Rob Pete Alonso.
All right, guys. So it's gonna start in a few minutes. I'll put on the call as soon as the game starts. Yeah, they did fire their manager. I forgot what was his name. I forgot his name, but yeah, they did fire the manager, which is kind of crazy. So once again, guys, you're gonna have the radio call of Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo. I'm gonna blow up the screen like this. You're gonna not see my ugly face during the inning, and then I'll pop back on like this when the inning is over. So enjoy the call, guys, and let's see the best pitcher in baseball start it off, and then hand it off to Max Scherzer. Yeah, exactly. So Cal, with having Buck for sure is going to be, you're going to trust the move he makes. And that's what I like about Buck Showalter. There's no doubt about it. That's exactly what we want, is a guy that we can trust, knowing that when he goes out there, makes a move, makes a switch, a pitch and change, or pinch hits for somebody, we know that we trust in him. We might not agree all the time, but we can trust Buck Showalter making the right moves. Lane, only Degrom and Scherzer. That's why it's such a big deal. Oh, so they're not putting on MLB Network? Wow, that's kind of crazy. That's not cool. That's messed up. Hello, Karen. How you doing? So we're 2 minutes until game time. And as soon as the game starts, we're going right into the radio call with Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo. So tune in, guys. If you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. Very important to hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more people, more Mets fans, and enjoy the two best pitchers in baseball. All right, guys. So we got Todd Zeal, Ron Darling, and Gary Cohen on the call today for the game. If you're watching it on Pix 11 on MLB Network, unless MLB Network is not showing it now, but we are going to get an exciting, Port St. Lucie and Clover Park is packed today with fans. A lot of Cardinal fans, a lot of Met fans. So it's going to be a lot of fun today. So right now, guys, we're going to go right to the call with Wayne Randazzo and Howie Rose. So I'm going to blow up the screen here so you can look at the game stats that's going on with the score, the runners, and everything like that. And now here is Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo.
As again, Degrom will be the starting pitcher for 3 innings or so, and then Max Scherzer is expected to piggyback him this afternoon. So a fun day on tap here at Clover Park. The Mets are wearing their blue jerseys with orange piping, orange Met script across the front, outlined in white, orange numbers and letters on the backs, with the white pants, blue pinstripes, blue hats and bills for the Mets, as they play the Cardinals today in their familiar Cardinal red, gray pants, Cardinal script in white across the front of the jersey with the birds on bat logo, white numbers and letters on the backs, red caps and bills for the St. Louis Cardinals, who have made the trip up from Jupiter, Florida. It's just about ready to be first pitch here in Port St. Lucie. The one thing you can expect when it's a Jacob Degrom start is a very prompt beginning to the game. It'll be a 1:10 first pitch when Degrom is out there. You know, some guys might be 1:11 or 1:12, but it is 1:10 on the dot when Jacob Degrom throws his first pitch. So for as detail-oriented as Buck Showalter is, I'm sure he'll appreciate that detail about the ace of the Mets staff, Jacob Degrom.
It's funny, Jacob's looking out at the scoreboard right now because there's a clock on the upper left corner of that scoreboard, and it reads 109. So he'll have to take his cue from John Tumpane, the home plate umpire, who will bark out play ball at, well, now it has struck 110, and so John Tumpane gives those words that are music to baseball fans' ears. Play ball. And DeGrom is into the windup. His first pitch to Dylan Carlson, left-hand batter, is a fastball fouled straight back and out of play, 0-1. And that's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's worth pointing out the velocity because last year, Jacob came out throwing 100-mile-an-hour BBs even before the exhibition games began. He was throwing 100 on the six-pack when they reported last year. That raised some eyebrows. The 0-1 on the way, fouled, straight back, another heater at 97, and the count 0-2. And so when you look back to Jacob's season in 2021 and the injuries that basically cost him half a year, you wonder, was he throwing too hard too soon? And so Jacob, after his first start last week, said, I'm just trying to ease into it a little bit more than last year. And another thing to keep track of is whether or not we see him incorporate a curveball a little bit more often this year. Here's the 0-2 pitch. There's a fastball, and it's fouled off to the left by Dylan Carlson, and that one was dialed up to 99 miles an hour. DeGrom has thrown precious few curveballs over the course of his major league career. He did throw one in his first outing in spring training this year. So I asked him yesterday if that's something we can perhaps look forward to seeing a little bit more often this year. Here's the 0-2 to Carlson, and the slider is swung out and missed strike three. It was a check swing, and on appeal, Carlson called out on strikes, having swung the bat. Not technically called out, but having been ruled to have gone around, one man away. So he goes fastball, 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 92-mile-an-hour slider. And Carlson is gone for the first out, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Lars Nootbaar. But anyway, in response to that question, Jacob broke into a big smile about the curve. First pitch to the left-hand hitting Nootbaar is a fastball outside for ball one. I said, so what's the deal? Are you going to see a few more of those curveballs as part of your repertoire? He smiled and said, now, if I told you, you would just broadcast it to the world, right? But he said it smiling. The 1-0, it's in for a called strike, a fastball at 98, 1 ball and 1 strike. So I'm not going to necessarily read into that. But there is also a side to Jacob Degrom where here's the 1-1 on the way to Nootbaar. There's a breaking ball that's over for a called strike. A slider at 91 miles an hour and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. I think if Jake really wanted to play possum, he might have had a more serious expression. The 1-2, there's a slider down and in, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So I'm just gonna take the leap of faith that maybe he was trying to tell me something. But yeah, we'll see it a few more times. And why not? He's going to be 34 in June. Every new wrinkle is instructive to the hitters. The 2-2, taken a little bit low. I think that was a changeup, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, we've seen Jake Wayne come out and throw nothing but fastballs in first innings. When you're throwing 100 or thereabouts, basically you're just daring them to hit it anyway. But now he's run the count full to Nootbaar. And a payoff pitch. Slider in there, strike 3 called. He throws it at the knees with a 92-mile-an-hour slider. Hello, Jacob. 2 up, 2 down, both by a strikeout, and Harrison Bader will be the batter.
Well, it's impressive how Jacob Degrom has looked this spring in his short amount of time being on the mound, because he didn't pitch at all in the second half of last season, and he looks like he hasn't missed a moment on the mound. Degrom very ready, it appears, for opening day. The only point now is to just stretch him out so we can give you 5 innings or so in that first game of the year.
Well, here is Harrison Bader. Bader, the right-hand hitting center fielder, former college teammate of Pete Alonso's at the University of Florida. First pitch by Degrom is a slider low outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Bader, one of 5 Cardinals who won Gold Gloves last year. It was his first. Goldschmidt won his 4th. Tommy Edman, the second baseman, not in the lineup today, as is Goldschmidt, won his first. The 1-0, that's lined over second base hit going into center field. Over to get it for the Mets, Travis Jankowski to play it in. And Harrison Bader with a 2-out single. We'll bring up Paul DeYoung. Nolan Arenado, Tyler O'Neill, the other Gold Glovers on that Cardinal team. And there are a couple of others who have won them in the past who did not win them last year. The longest running battery in Cardinals history, Yadier Molina and Adam Wainwright. In fact, Molina will make his debut tomorrow after returning to camp late, saying that this will be his final spring training, his final regular season. Here is DeYoung. Degrom to DeYoung, right-hand batter. And that's taken for a called strike, 0-1, a fastball. Paul DeYoung, 4 for 11 against Degrom in his career with a double and 2 homers. And that's pretty consistent with what DeYoung has done against the Mets. He's played 25 games. We're talking regular season games, of course, against New York. He has just chewed the Mets up. Give me the numbers. Here's the 0-1. Fastball foul back to the screen, 0-2. He's hit .347 in 98 at-bats against the Mets with 10 home runs, 11 doubles in 98 at-bats. And that was just about from the minute DeYoung made his way to the major leagues, trying to bounce back from a miserable injury-riddled season last year when he hit just a .197. Pitch to him, bounced foul down the third baseline, and the count remains no balls and 2 strikes on Paul DeYoung, with Juan Yepez, the first baseman, waiting on deck. DeYoung had broken ribs last year, big reason why his production tailed off. No score, 2 out top of the first inning. Bader being held on by Alonso at first as they yak up old times back in college. Pretty good sized lead for Bader against Degrom. 0-2. Outfield a step towards right. Long hold by Degrom. Now the pitch. Breaking ball in there. Strike 3 call. Got him with a slider. And that
All right, guys. So DeGrom had 3 strikeouts in the inning and only gave up 1 hit to Bader. So Jacob DeGrom consistently throwing 97, 98, 99 miles an hour. Again, I like him in that range. I think it protects his arm. Sometimes I think he overthrows way too much, on, 101, 102. I don't want that. Give me 97 to 99 and we're going to be good. He threw a lot of fastballs. He threw in a couple of sliders here and there, but he looked really good. And I really, really am happy the way he looked. Probably going to have another 2 innings most likely, which would be great. But I do hope that Jacob DeGrom, all we need to worry about, we know he's a great pitcher. Let him come out of this game healthy, pitch 3 or 4 innings, and probably 3 innings, and we can go from there and then see the next best pitcher in baseball in Matt Scherzer. The Gamecast screen is from MLB.com. Yippee. Buck does look beautiful in Mets blue. That's for damn sure. So the radio call on my phone is a little delayed from the TV and the actual screen, so don't be alarmed. So it's still pretty cool to have the radio call and then watching the screens and seeing how late they actually are. So again, the Mets are coming up in the bottom of the first. You got McNeil, Kana, and Lindor batting 1, 2, 3. But DeGrom has looked great, and the Mets are facing Dakota Hudson on the mound right now. So he is a pretty good pitcher. Last year in 8 starts, or in 2020, he had Tommy John in 2021. He had a 2.77 ERA with 3-2 record. So he's a really good pitcher. Let's see how he comes out. Let's see if the Mets can actually score some runs against Dakota Hudson. So the game is about to start again, guys. So we're going right back to the Howie Rose call.
Too, people maybe looking at the outside of it think that maybe Oliver Marmol was back there pulling strings and trying to usurp Schilt in some way. But that's not the case. Schilt and Marmol are still close friends, and it was not something that Oliver Marmol was trying to yank from Mike Schilt. It just so happened that Schilt and the top of the organization, John Mozeliak and the others, were just not on the same page with what they thought should be the vision of the future for the Cardinals.
There's a lot of shock there as Francisco Lindor takes low outside ball one, because Schilt had been an organizational man for a number of years. And usually when guys like that, and maybe the best prototype would be the manager of the world champion Atlanta Braves, Brian Snitker. 1-0 to Lindor, batting left-handed, swing and a miss at a good changeup, and a count 1-1. There's no score with 2 out, nobody on in the last of the first. But usually those organizational guys who ascend to the manager's job, well, they have as clear a read on the direction of the organization as anybody. Somehow that got away from Schilt in the front office. The 1-1 swing and a miss at a hard slider. 1-2 to Francisco Lindor, beginning his second season with the Mets, the first of his 10-year contract extension, which he signed last year. Talking to Francisco before the game about his comfort level now as opposed to a year ago, and he didn't think it was necessarily night and day. I think he accepted the premise that he should be a lot more comfortable now because he's been a Met for a year. I asked him how long he felt it took for him to feel like he could be, a voice, a leader in that clubhouse last year, if we were talking weeks or months into the season. And he said, really, by the end of spring training. Here's the 1-2. In the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes. That surprised me a little bit. He said that there's a feeling out process that, players go through when they're getting accustomed to new teammates. But, you just kind of get a sense and you read them. And he says there's a lot of similarities between us all in here. He said we're all alpha males.
All right, guys. So Lindor struck out. It's a little behind the radio call. So it's that commercial now. We're going to the top of the second. So the Mets really didn't do nothing in the top of the first. The bottom of the first. Sorry. So we didn't really see anything special yet, but we're gonna get to see Degrom again. So that's always special. Sorry about the audio issue. I had multiple screens. I got my iPad, I got my laptop, I got my TV, and my phone working. So I forgot which audio I had the radio call. I got confused for a second there. But once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, we are listening to the play-by-play of Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo on the radio call. During the innings and in between innings, I come back on and start talking about the inning and anything else that you guys want to talk about. So Degrom obviously looked good with 3 strikeouts, giving up 1 hit in the first inning. The Mets didn't do nothing offensively in the first. Dakota Hudson looked pretty good. And we will see Jacob Degrom in the second inning and probably mow down the Cardinals just as easily as he did in the first. Yeah, I guess I'm busier than Boris. Michael, I'm doing okay, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, I am playing a radio call. The radio call is a little bit behind the screen that's in front of you. And if you're watching it on TV, the TV is actually a little bit more ahead than the actual radio call because I am streaming it on my phone. All right, guys, so the game's on TV right now, so I'm going to put the radio call back on.
Mound, ready to do the thing that earns his keep. Pitch. And he pitched beautifully in that first inning, striking out 3, giving up a 2-out single to Harrison Bader. So the Mets and Cardinals are scoreless beginning the second inning. And Juan Yepez will be the batter. Yepez, the first baseman. He's one of the Cardinals' better prospects. Right-hand batter. Degrom delivers, swinging a foul straight back out of play. 27 home runs last year between AA and AAA. Could be in the mix for a DH role with the Cardinals. Jacob Degrom with that glove in front of his face, just standing on the first base side of the rubber, ready to go as Yepez was fooling around a bit. Now the 0-1 and a slider lifted in the air down the right field line. I'll slice foul and into the packed stands.
Get you be here.
Count, no balls and 2 strikes.
Important to note, too, when it comes to Degrom and pitching, doing what he's supposed to do to earn his keep, that's the only thing he's going to do this year with the DH of the National League. No more swinging the bat. For as good of a hitter as he might be, no more risking himself to injury because of that.
Yeah, he feels that's one of the reasons that he had one of the injuries that cost him effectively half a season in 2021. But watching him pitch, at least to our eyes, is very, very comforting. That's coming out of his hand. That ball is nice and easy. And the 0-2, just off the outside corner at 98, 1-2. Degrom is not very emotional on the mound, but you can read his body language from time to time. He dropped his head after that.
That should have been a strike if you watch it on TV.
In front of the pitching rubber, and that's the way he indicates he thought he had strike 3. So right back 1-2 and a breaking ball fouled straight down at home plate. But it looks as effortless for Jacob Degrom now as it did last year, even when he was pitching through some aches and pains, and again was throwing near 100 miles an hour with typical Degrom precision. The thing about Jake, he's going to be 34 years of age in June. He looks almost the same, except for shorter hair, of course, than when he came up. The 1-2, foul back to the screen. Good fastball in on the hands at 98. Why not bring that up? Because a lot of times scouts will project young pitchers. Not so much, what the immediate future is, but what are they going to look like 5 years down the road? Well, Degrom has maintained his velocity as he approaches his mid-30s. Here's the 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Strike 3. Got it with that beautiful slider. 4 strikeouts for Degrom. 1 away. The third baseman, Brendan Donovan, coming up. But I'll never forget, nor will any Met fan, those first couple of incredible seasons that Dwight Gooden had in the major leagues. I mean, he was a 20-game winner a couple of months before his 20th birthday. Just digest that for a moment. Well, let me take that. Wow. Here's the first pitch on the way, and that's in a little bit low, 1 ball and no strikes. He came up in 19. He didn't turn 20 until November of 1984. So he was 20 years of age, not quite 21, when he won his 20th game in August against San Diego in 85. The 1-0 fouled straight back, 1 ball and 1 strike. But anyway, the point is about the way Gooden looked in those days was that we might be seeing the closest thing to perfection we've ever seen on a pitcher's mound. He was that good and that overpowering. So could there have been any cautionary tales there? The 1-1, swinging a foul off to the left and out of play, 1 ball and 2 strikes. I'm not talking about the drug demons which took Doc down later in his career. But I remember Joe McIlvaine, who by then had become the assistant general manager of the Mets and a great scout. I mean, that's in Joe Mac's blood, scouting. 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to first, backing up Alonso, fielded at his left hip, leads Degrom to the bag in plenty of time, 2 men away. Nicely done by Degrom, who did that nicely yesterday with Taijuan Walker as well. But anyway, 2 out, nobody on. Alec Burleson, the left fielder, coming up. And I'll never forget, Wayne, how Joe McIlvaine remarked at the peak of Doc's dominance back then that the only thing that would concern him is how Doc fills out over the years. Because, again, he was a baby back then when he was throwing lights out. And Joe McIlvaine's point was that his body type is going to change over the years. And Joe wondered if he might lose just a little bit because he'll lose a little bit of that whip. First pitch fouled off to the right by Burleson, no balls and 1 strike. And I think that to a point, McIlvaine was prescient because Doc's body did fill out in a way that somehow Jacob Degrom's has not. So Degrom still has that light, slender comportment. And that whip, and that ball comes out of his hand, identical to what it was. There's a good, tight breaking ball. That might have been a curveball right there. I'd have to see that again, but I think that was the curve by Degrom right there, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, 84 on the TV gun almost certainly was the curveball from Degrom.
Also, some laughter in the dugout. Here's the 0-2. That's lined towards short, over the head. Another curveball of Lindor into center field for a base hit. Well, that's interesting. Burleson turns first and holds on with a 2-out single. So if a previous curveball surprised Burleson a bit, Degrom came right back with it. I'm sure Burleson wasn't sitting on a 1-2 curveball there from Jacob Degrom, but he got it again, and that one was down below the knees, and he went down to get it. Nice little job of hitting there by Burleson.
Yeah, Burleson, a good job to stay with that one as Degrom doubled up on the curveball. He was laughing about it afterwards. So was Tomas Nido. I don't know if that's something Jake will do in a real game, in a regular season game, but this is what spring training is for, trying to make something different out there.
Well, very much with an eye on being utilized in the future. A fastball to former Met Ali Sanchez is taken high for ball one. The only thing is, maybe we've seen Degrom throw one to Freddie Freeman, right? And then there was one in his first spring training start. Now a couple here.
Yeah, he threw a handful overall last year. It's not something he never does, but throwing it back-to-back, I think that's something he never has.
The 1-0 lined in the air foul down the right field line and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's no score with 2 out. Burleson, the runner at first here in the second inning. I'm still waiting, though, for Jacob Degrom to throw a curveball that does not elicit a smile from Jake and laughter in the dugout. It's going to be a serious pitch for him sooner or later, right?
I would think so.
Seriously, I think every curveball that he's thrown has been met with laughter, beginning with from Jake himself. 1-1. Now the pitch, and a fastball high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I think they just find it ridiculous that he's done what he's done over the last few years without even throwing that pitch, that he's been just a 3-pitch pitcher. You know, as a right-handed batter, you're going to get a fastball and slider. And you know, as a left-handed batter, you're going to get the fastball and the changeup. And he'll mix in the others every now and then. But now he's going to add a 4th weapon.
2-1 to the right hand hitting Sanchez. Here's the pitch. And that's foul, or at least hit in the air along the right field line. It'll stay in play for Marte. Just in fair territory. He makes the catch.
All right, guys. So going to the bottom of the second. Jacob Degrom has 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. Gave up a base hit. So he is looking good still. You know, clearly he's working on his curveball today, so you don't have to be too alarmed that he's giving up hits. He's working on his curveball. He threw about 4 of them already. So that's exactly what we see right now with Jacob Degrom. He's working on his curveball, and every time he throws his curveball, he smiles at Nido and the bench. So he's clearly working on it and seeing if he can, you know, work on it with his location, speed, and all that stuff. Make sure he gets on top of the curveball. So that's a lot to look into right now. Again, DeGrom's first start, he was clearly working on his fastball location-wise. Today, second start, looking at his curveball. And I do think DeGrom's going to get 1 more inning. And then we'll see Scherzer. And yes, Marte is playing today. He did make the final catch of the second inning to end the inning. So it's nice that he can play right field because you just never know sometimes. Yeah, he's never played right field in his career, Marte. So, but if you're a good enough athlete, you know, Marte's a veteran. He's a pro. So we'll see. So the bottom of the second's going to happen. So on SNY, they're showing Scherzer warming up right now. So it's looking like he's probably either going to come in next in the 3rd or the 4th. Yeah, Grant, I know. I'm sorry about that with the app. That's unfortunate. But you know what? It's finally good for the Mets fan because you always get blacked out on MLB TV. So, and Alonso hits one, and he actually almost catches it.
Scherzer, who is long tossing right now beyond the outfield wall here on another field, is going to pitch.
All right, guys. So with Jacob, the TV is starting before the radio call. So Alonso just hit a double.
Deep back towards the wall, and it's beyond the reach of the left fielder Burleson. He plays the carom on the warning track. Alonso to second in standing with a well-struck leadoff double. Well, a little ambush there by Pete going after that first pitch and hitting a rope to left field for 2 bases.
Now remember, Alonso's got a little bit of an attitude toward Dakota Hudson. It was a couple of years ago, in 2019 even, when Alonso took Hudson deep in St. Louis and kind of harkened back to their SEC days as a reason why Pete was looking forward to facing Dakota Hudson. So Alonso seeing him again really for the first time since 2019, and he was ready for him.
I'm trying to remember, did Pete not say prior to that, I don't like this guy?
Pretty much.
I think those were the exact words he used. I don't like him. Well, Pete just got even a bit. Here's Robinson Cano. He's DHing today. First pitch taken down and in, a breaking ball, ball 1. Well, Cano, 1 for 9 so far this spring. Of course, he's being watched and monitored pretty carefully. 39 years old now. He had some back problems when he played winter ball in the Dominican. 1-0 the count, the outfield straightaway. The pitch, fastball high. 2 balls and no strikes to Robinson Cano. Assuming Cano is on the team and with $43 million owed him, it's hard to imagine he won't be. The majority of his bats figure to come as a, notice A, not the, designated hitter. If there are no significant roster moves other than the normal cuts, it's going to be interesting. 2-0 to Cano, fouled straight back, 2 balls and 1 strike. For a, quote, new position for the Mets designated hitter, there are a lot of ways Buck Showalter can go, and it's going to be a challenge to get those who are involved in that mix the proper number of at-bats to keep them sharp.
And some days Cano will play. Certainly J.D. Davis needs at-bats, and Dominic Smith too. So if everybody's healthy, it will certainly be something Buck's going to have to monitor.
Dom looks great. 2-1 to Cano. Time called at home plate by John Topane. I mean, you know, just based on the eye test so far, and again, it's a shortened spring training, and again, it is spring training, so sometimes you have to take it all with a grain of salt anyway. But boy, Dom looks like certainly the best left-handed DH option. 2-1 on the way. Change up in for a called strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, which version of Cano are you going to get? Because in 2020, Cano had an outstanding season in the truncated year. In 2019, he kind of struggled. And I think, even though he doesn't really want to, I think Robbie's going to be better off in an environment where he's not playing every single day.
At this stage of the game, I would absolutely agree with that. 2-2, outfield straightaway. Here's the pitch by Hudson. And a breaking ball taken low. So a full count now to Cano with Eduardo Escobar waiting on deck. Incredibly, I mean, it happens down here more than just occasionally. It's just incredible when you look at it from a baseball perspective and you're used to checking out the various weather-related elements to paint the clearest picture of a baseball game that we can. We haven't seen a cloud all weekend here.
Yeah, really.
Incredibly beautiful. 3-2. And time called again at home plate.
Went for a nice walk after the game yesterday. Got out a little bit.
We should.
Joined the day.
It's Florida. March. It's about the outdoors. It's always about the outdoors in Florida. Even when it's hot. 3-2 the count. Payoff pitch to Cano. Little chopper up the first base side. Hudson off the mound. Fields it. Underhands to first in time. And crossing to third is Alonso. So 1 man away. And it'll go into the books as a productive out for Cano. He did something similar yesterday. After Jeff McNeil had tripled the infield back, Cano hit a ground ball to the right side. And, of course, you get congratulations for that. It drove in a run. This one just a slow little chopper up the first base line, but he did get the runner over. At bare minimum, that's the acceptable part of that at-bat. The Cardinals now are going to move the infield up. There's no score with 1 out here in the bottom of the second. 3 infielders on the right side, and they're not all the way in. They're about halfway. Third baseman Donovan even with the bag. First pitch to Escobar, drilled in the air to center field pretty deep. Bader back, it'll score a run. Bader has a play, makes the 2-hand catch, tagging the third. Alonso comes hard.
1-0 Mets. All right, here we go.
Sacrifice 5 for Eduardo Escobar, and the Mets
This is what the Mets lacked last year, was getting guys in with scoring position. Sack flies is a big part of the game. The Mets did not do a lot of that last year. Just wanted to say that so I can go back with the call.
Well, he's an RBI machine. Had 90 RBIs last year, 118 in the 2019 season, a year where he had 10 sacrifice flies. Remember, the Mets last year among the bottom teams in the major leagues in sack flies. Escobar should help.
Thank you, Wayne. You just made my point.
On 1-0 New York. Here's Jankowski, left-hand hitter.
Angel, remember talking Mets at Rob. How you doing, buddy?
Travis has been fun to watch.
Always in out with Robinson Cano. I agree.
He made a catch Friday night where he covered a lot of ground, made a tremendous diving catch. 1-0, taken low outside, ball 2. Last week here in St. Lucie, he made a diving catch somewhat reminiscent of the one in the 1969 World Series by Ron Swoboda. So I just had to ask Jankowski about that specifically, and I started off with an innocent question. The 2-0 taken outside, ball 3. I said, Travis, have you ever heard of Ron Swoboda? And he looked at me almost apologetically, and he said, am I going to get in trouble if I say no? I said, no, it's understandable. You're young. I'm referring to something that happened over 50 years ago, but I explained it to him. Here's the 3-0 pitch. He takes it on the outside corner, strike 1. I said, the catch you made last week looked very similar to Swoboda's catch in the 1969 World Series. Go look for it on YouTube, and I'll get back to you somewhere down the road. Let me know what you think. I did not see Travis before the game today to ask him. The 3-1. Take it outside and off the glove of the catcher Sanchez for ball 4. But maybe next time I'll have it queued up on YouTube so I could show him, because I'm not sure he was into the homework assignment.
No, probably not. You got to have visual evidence ready to go when you're talking to one of these young players. You know, you got to go easy on Fred. He's just a sensitive guy, you know.
Yeah, Fred.
Mr. Nice, Mr. Rogers.
Yep.
Tomas Nido
such a
with a
you know what? I don't want to even
run.
single out Travis Jankowski.
You will hear it in a second.
An engaging, nice guy to talk to. This clubhouse feels
2-run homer by Nido.
First pitch on the way to Nido. Swung on, hit in the air to right field, pretty deep. Carlson back onto the track near the wall. It's gone. Under the third. A 2-run opposite field.
Tomas Nido to right center field.
And the Mets have a 3-0 lead.
There we go. Who needs James McCann? We got Tomas Nido, baby.
Left to right, angling out a bit, probably helped that a little bit. As it married well.
A nice catch by the fan.
Who says that plate discipline is his mandate.
All right, guys, so here's Starling Marte right now. Very important to watch Marte's at bat right now, guys. 310, 12 home runs, 55 RBIs last year in 120 games.
Remember a walk-off home run he hit against the Tigers a few years ago to right center field. Tomas Nido likes hitting the ball with authority the other way, and he just did.
Nothing Mets. Here's Starling Marte. He does as he proclaimed, get into the batter's box and takes on the outside corner, strike 1 called. First plate appearance in spring training as a Met, covered from an oblique injury. And the 0-1 to the right-hand batter. He takes it. It's off the glove of the catcher Sanchez. 1-1. You don't think he's on instruction not to swing the bat, do you? I mean, if he's in the starting lineup, right?
I wouldn't think so. I think he'll swing the bat.
He said that he would.
Maybe he'll bunt like he did in the scrimmage game the other day.
1-1. He wiggles that bat around a little bit, reminding you of someone. The 1-1, he swings all right, and he fouls one off the screen in front of the first base dugout. 1-2. To watch Marte wiggle that bat around, it's a very, very modified version of
Sheffield.
Gary Sheffield.
Yep.
Sheff was a little bit like that. He had I shouldn't say a little, but he had a lot of wiggle action, just as Marte's doing it now. Here's the 1-2, swung on and fouled right field side. That'll reach the seats out of play.
Yeah, Sheffield would really spend a lot of time moving that bat around above his head, similar to what you see from Starling Marte. One thing that Mets fans are going to appreciate is how hard this guy plays and his speed that he brings to this club. All the stolen bases that he had last year and that he's had over the course of his career. And he looks like he is just as good a shape now as he's ever been in his career.
47 steals last year in an era where The stolen base is near extinct. 1-2. Swung on and a strike 3. Got him with a...
All right, guys. So we're going to the top of the third. Marte struck out the end of the inning, but Tomas Nido with the 2-run homer, giving the Mets a 3-0 lead going to the top of the third. Pretty possible that Degrom is done and Scherzer is probably coming in. Maybe he'll get another inning. We'll look at that in a little bit. We'll see it in a couple of minutes. So it's nice that Marte is swinging, so he clearly feels healthy enough. And that's good to see as well. Again, Tomas Nido, we always know he has power in the opposite field. Again, I really like Nido. I really do. I honestly would rather play him over McCann because I can't stand McCann. But you know what? It is what it is. So the Mets lead 3-0 going to the top of the third. We are waiting to see if Degrom's going to come out for a third inning. He already has 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings. I agree, Lane. They should keep him in for the next inning, for a third inning. Yeah, Christian, exactly what Cano. He's not hitting anything hard. And you know what? I don't care if you have the same bat speed. If you can't pick up the balls, you're not getting on top of the ball. You're gonna hit lazy fly balls, and you're gonna topple over, like a soft grounder in the infield, and it's just not working. Thank you, SoCal. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button, guys. We will be with you throughout the entire game with the radio call from Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo, with the game day stats right in front of you, with the pitcher, with the batter, the score, and everything else you need to know about the game. And you can also listen to it. So right now on TV, the game has started again. The radio call, because it's streaming, is a little bit behind, but you guys get the understanding of what's going on.
We go to the third inning on a fun day. Port St. Lucie, Florida. Jacob Degrom on the mound for the Mets. Max Scherzer to follow. 3-0 New York, Wayne.
And Degrom working from the windup. First pitch on the way to Kramer. Slider is high. 1 ball, no strikes on Kramer Robertson. He was a late addition to the Cardinal lineup. Right-handed hitting second baseman after Nolan Gorman was scratched from the lineup because of back tightness. Degrom downhill, 1 ball, no strikes the pitch. Swing and a miss on a slider that was up in the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, of course, that recently the Pittsburgh Pirates had a Kramer and a Newman on their roster.
Yeah, they had Kevin Kramer and who's the Newman? Or Kevin Newman? Who was the
Newman,
Kramer?
I thought.
Kevin Kramer and Kevin Newman. The 1-1. Swing and a miss on the slider. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I forgot Kramer's first name, but it wasn't Cosmo. I can tell you that.
It was Kevin. They're both Kevin, I guess. Kevin Kramer. Kevin Newman, yeah. Slider, swing and a miss. Strike 3. A check swing. And Robertson couldn't hold up. He had no chance. Go on Twitch about it and blog about your experience like the Palm Beach Cardinals did last year. Another strikeout for Degrom. 5 strikeouts for Jacob. 1 out here in the third. That will bring up the left-handed hitting Dylan Carlson. You know, it's refreshing to see Degrom throwing the way that he is and still dominating, because he's not coming close to 100 today. He's not trying to. Steady at about 96, 97. I think we've seen 198. First pitch to Carlson. Line toward right center field. This one headed for the gap, a base hit. Marte trying to cut it off, and does before the warning track. Marte's got a good arm. His throw to second. Nobody was there to cover. As Carlson gets in standing up, Lindor backpedaled to the bag to try to take the throw. Starling Marte has a fabulous arm. And that's something that maybe the Mets infielders should learn about too, because Marte might have had a chance at a little bit of a slower runner there. Carlson with decent speed, able to track to second and get a double with 1 out.
It was off of a Degrom changeup. Dylan Carlson's a good-looking player. A real good year last year, and he's a centerpiece to the present and future of the St. Louis Cardinals.
He certainly is. Switch hitting outfielder, a Rookie of the Year candidate last year. Newbar's the batter now, left-handed hitter. First pitch from Degrom. Fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. That pitch at 96. Here's the point about Degrom. Last season, remember, it was a half a year. He threw 185 pitches that were 100 miles an hour or faster. No balls and a strike here, the pitch. Fastball strike on the outside edge, and it's 0-2. Since they started tracking that in 2008, only 1 pitcher in that 13-year span had thrown more 100-mile-an-hour pitches in a season. And it was Syndergaard in 2016, the entire year, he threw only 11 more than Degrom did last season. And that's the most since the tracking began. Degrom steps off here. So, Jacob, if he would have continued at that pace last season, he would have had maybe 300 pitches, 100 miles an hour or more, would have shattered that record in that 13-year span that Syndergaard had. And still has. No balls, 2 strikes. On the left-handed hitting Nootbaar, the pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1. And it was almost like he got addicted to the crazy success that he was having by going max effort as much as he was.
There's no way to know because they didn't track it, but I wonder how many Nolan Ryan would have thrown in the season during which he threw his most triple-digit fastballs.
1-2. Bounce foul, first base side. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Remember, he pitched 300 innings, too.
Sure.
That's a whole different era and a whole different mindset.
Yeah, was he hitting 100 as regularly as Degrom was last year? Maybe he was, so there's no way to really know.
Well, he was one of the all-time freaks of nature, Nolan Ryan, I think.
It's indisputable.
He pitched into his mid-40s.
Yeah, almost to his late 40s. 1-2. Backdoor breaking ball just missed. Degrom trying to nick the outside corner, and he just couldn't reach it. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Lars Nootbaar. Remember, after Degrom is done here, which will be soon, it's Scherzer's time. Scherzer's going to start the 4th inning, and he hopes to pitch the rest of this game.
Jacob Degrom, warm-up act.
1 out, Carlson at second. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the left-handed hitting Lars Nootbaar. Degrom nearing 45 pitches. That's about where he wanted to be for the day, so it's possible if this inning extends that he won't face any more than just a couple more hitters. Belt tie set from Degrom. Looks back to second. Carlson's got a decent lead. Pitch. Tried that outside corner again and missed it a little bit more widely this time. Full count on Lars Nootbaar. 3 balls and 2 strikes. One thing about Degrom, you mentioned his body type. You know, he's famous for eating horribly. You know, he's going to take down cheeseburgers all day and not gain a pound. But he's a lot leaner this year. The 3-2. Nootbaar fouls one off to the left, 3-2. And I shouldn't say leaner. He's a lot more toned this year with his muscle. You can tell when he's shirtless around the clubhouse that all of a sudden muscles are bulging out of Degrom in places that you didn't really see that from him before.
Now remember now, he has said point blank he's going to opt out of his contract at the end of this year. So he knows a big year for him means big dollars, even more so than what he's contracted for.
Well, as he should. 3-2. Degrom set his pitch, popped up, shallow center. Jankowski comes running in for it, shielding his eyes from the sun with his glove. Makes the catch near his left elbow to retire Lars Nootbaar. 2 outs. Carlson still at second as Nootbaar pops out. Now the batter will be Bader. Can't tell because the way the Mets are doing this now, you can't see the pitchers that are warming up in the bullpens. Not sure if anybody's getting loose in case this inning goes long on Degrom. But 2 outs, Bader's up, and Degrom will face him. Former Florida Gator who singled his first time. Bader flipping the bat back into his hand. Bader's a showman. He's a New York City kid, too.
Prestigious Horace Mann School.
Yeah.
Pedro Alvarez, Pittsburgh Pirate, first-round pick, went there.
Bader grew up a Yankee fan, though, so you could boo him if you want to. Degrom delivers a strike to the inside corner. Looked like a front door slider over the inside edge that time. Degrom so often works to his glove side. The large majority of his pitches end up on the outside part of the plate to right-handers and the inside part of the plate to lefties. He went inside corner there to the righty Bader. 0-1. Slider chopped left side. Lindor going to get it. Can't get it in the hole. It's under his glove. Into left field around third. Carlson scores standing up. Bader's a boy. We'll see if he gets a base hit and an RBI there as the Cardinals get on the board against Degrom. And the Mets lead is now 3-1. Maybe if Lindor fields that ball, he's got a shot at Bader. You know, Lindor doesn't have the strongest arm in the world at shortstop. He was pretty deep in the hole. The only thing, though, if he does field that ball, he keeps the runner from scoring. Carlson would have only been able to advance to third on that play. Instead, he comes home on what might be a base hit for Bader. DeYoung's the batter now. First pitch. Fastball upstairs, ball one.
Francisco did not get the glove all the way down. It's a ball that you would certainly expect Francisco Lindor to eat up. I don't know if it's kind of play where he might have been more aggressive had it been a regular season game. But it's a ball you'd expect him to come up with.
1 ball, no strikes on DeYoung. Bader's running. Pitch is fouled back by DeYoung. Bader slides into second. He's going to have to head back. Remember a couple of years ago, Degrom really was giving up a lot of stolen bases. He was among the major league leaders in steals allowed for a couple of seasons there. Even when he was winning the Cy Young Award, he was still giving up a lot of steals. He cut down on that last year, having a little bit of a longer time looking in, making sure he was holding base runners better. So he cut down on that. You're always working on something, even if you're Jacob Degrom. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bader a big lead again. Bell tie set from Jake. Alonso holding on his former college teammate at first. Bader's running. The pitch is high. Nito from his knees throws to second, not in time. It's a 2-hop throw. Nito didn't have much on it from his knees. It was right on the back. McNeil got the tag down, but not quickly enough, as Harrison Bader, with great speed, steals second base. And he's there with 2 outs. The count 1 ball, 1 strike on DeYoung. We saw Nito throw runners out from his knees last year, so it's not unusual for him to do that. Usually has more on it, though, than he did there, just bouncing that ball across the middle of the infield. 2 balls, a strike on Paul DeYoung. Bader now getting a big lead off a second. The pitch. DeYoung pops it up, left side of the infield. Coming in for the third baseman, Escobar, near the mound, makes a one-handed catch on the move.
All right, guys. So Degrom gave up 1 run, but it was actually a lazy play by Francisco Lindor. Should have made the play on the back end to get the runner at second to end the inning, but it went under his glove, and that's how the Cardinals got their first run of the ball game. So 3 innings from Jacob Degrom, a little over 50 pitches in 3 innings. You know, not great, not perfect when it comes to innings, but he did have 6 strikeouts. He looked pretty good. Again, he worked a lot on his curveball today, guys. So don't be shocked he gave up, I believe, 5 hits, if I'm not mistaken. I think he gave up 4 hits. He gave up 4 hits today. So 4 hits in 3 innings. You know, typically DeGrom will give up nothing, but you know, the 4 hits, you know, he was working on his curveball a lot, and his fastball was, you know, consistently 97, 98, 99. He didn't throw a lot of sliders, but he threw a couple of sliders, but he worked on his curveball, no doubt about it. So, again, don't take the stats as something to look at. You know, he had 6 strikeouts in 3 innings, which, you know, if he averaged it out for another 3 innings, he'll probably have about 12. So, you know, again, DeGrom pitched very well. He got great stuff. We're going to see Scherzer coming in the 4th and probably pitching the rest of the game because Scherzer is absolutely nuts. So right now, guys, the Mets are leading 3-1 going into the top of the 4th inning, and Max Scherzer will be on the mound for the 4th inning. Excuse me, it goes to the bottom of the 3rd, and Max Scherzer will be on the mound starting the top of the 4th. So I'm just gonna pull this down for a second. Just want to see. So there you go. You got the stat right there, guys, for DeGrom. 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts. So that was a good thing. It was a quick out already for the inning right now. So it's already 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. So that's your DeGrom total right there. 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run. I don't think that should have been an earned run, but whatever. And 5 strikeouts. And his ERA for the spring is 1.80. So we're going to go right back to the Howie Rose call.
Softly to the left side, handled by the third baseman Donovan to his left. Near second, he ends up. He heaves a sidearm throw to first and retires McNeil. 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. That also means everybody's going to be wearing number 42 in the home opener.
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting that you bring up the 25th anniversary of when then Commissioner Bud Selig announced that 42 would be permanently retired around baseball. That was before social media. And I wonder, because that was a complete surprise to everyone, including Rachel Robinson. And I wonder whether that might have leaked out in today's social media world.
First pitch to Mark Canha, strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Wasn't the president there? How did he sneak?
Yeah. You know, I did TV that night. He was supposed to be in the booth with us, and this was planned weeks in advance. I've never met a sitting president, but he had blown out his knee. Seriously, he was on crutches that night. President Clinton was.
1 strike pitch. Canha takes a breaking ball inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think he ripped up his knee playing golf with Greg Norman or something. Seriously.
Sure.
Well, I'm just, look, it's 25 years ago. Everybody can stretch their stories however they want. But I believe it had something to do with Greg Norman. Want to check with Norman?
I'm sure they were together. 1-1 pitch to Canha. Fastball bounced softly toward third. Donovan waits, gloves it, throws it across in time. Good play by Donovan to retire Mark Canha. 2 up, 2 down.
Man, there's cynics everywhere you turn. You were only, what, 12 then or something?
I was 13. Well, yeah, 12, yeah.
Man.
Here's Lindor. That's how you learn about the world. Mets lead 3-1, bottom of the third.
I can see those textbooks.
2 outs, nobody on as Lindor stands in. Switch hitting shortstop, bats left-handed against Dakota Hudson. Dakota Hudson, he came back from Tommy John surgery in less than a year. He had it in September of 2020, and he was back on a mound September of 2021.
He's in a hurry.
First pitch to Lindor. Fastball high and outside, ball 1. You know, we've seen Mets pitchers take years sometimes to come back from Tommy John surgery. Syndergaard did, Zach Wheeler did, and Hudson got it wrapped up in less than 12 months. 1 ball, no strikes, pitch to Lindor. Fastball strike on the outer edge, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
You just jogged my memory a little bit. I don't remember if he had Tommy John surgery as well, because I know he eventually had shoulder surgery. But, man, Paul Wilson might have been a star for a long time if he'd stayed healthy. Former first-round pick of the Mets. Tim Leary, another one.
Yeah.
But he didn't have Tommy John, I don't think.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Lindor takes a strike on the outside corner again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, they've streamlined the process a little bit, certainly in recent years, but still, it's not a linear recovery. It takes some guys longer than others. And in the 2 big cases, the most recent cases for the Mets, with Wheeler and Syndergaard, took a long time for those guys to come back. And Wheeler was like 2.5 years. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lindor. He reaches out and taps 1 foul behind home plate, stays alive. Still 1-2.
Makes what Matt Harvey did in 2015 all the more remarkable, doesn't it?
Yeah, Harvey, not quite a year and a half out, missed all of 2014 and the end of 2013. Yeah, that was a day kind of similar to this here in Port St. Lucie when Harvey made his return to the mound off of Tommy John surgery. The 1-2. Lindor fouls 1 off to the left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We were talking yesterday about what this would be like today with Degrom and Scherzer. That was the thing that stood out to me. It was like my first week here covering the Mets, but Matt Harvey making his return and his comeback to the mound from Tommy John surgery. That was a raucous crowd that day. The 1-2. Lindor fouls another 1 off toward the left. That's still 1-2.
Matt's still trying to hook on with somebody, even after, his testimony and the tragedy of Tyler Skaggs, going back to Matt's days with the Angels.
I wonder if there will be a suspension for Harvey if indeed he does try to sign with a major league team. He looks good. The 1-2. Breaking ball low and away, 2-2. Some pictures that surfaced of Harvey training for another return to the mound, and he looks like he's in better shape than he's ever been.
Says he's throwing in the upper 90s. It's more than just velocity.
Going to hit a Harry Rose call right now with Lindor's home run.
Last year was throwing about 94, 95. That's not really the problem. 2-2. Pitch on the way. Lindor hammers one right field. Hit well back toward Carlson. Watching it fly. It's gone. Home run, Francisco Lindor. That was a rocket straight out to right field. Carlson just waved goodbye as Francisco Lindor rips a home run. And the Mets have taken a 4-1 lead here in the third. There's a spot for Lindor to claim what he should have claimed last year as the best all-around player in New York. And I think if Francisco Lindor puts together the type of season everybody thought he would have last year, that it won't take long for Mets fans to really wrap their arms around the kind of player Lindor can be. But we'll see. He's got to do it from April to October and possibly beyond. First pitch to Alonso, ball one.
Well, I remember Carlos Beltran's first year with the Mets in 2005 did not go well at all. 2006, he had a sensational year helping the Mets win the division.
1-0 pitch to Pete. Swing and a miss. Good slider by Hudson. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Carlos Beltran certainly was a more stoic personality than Francisco Lindor, who was more, frankly, affable and animated and gregarious. Totally different people.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Another check swing on a breaking ball. Alonso went too far. Strike 2.
Well, I think, if you look at a template, somewhat recent Mets history for a guy to have a rough first season and then get the crowd to embrace him soon thereafter, maybe the Beltran comparison is a valid one.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 3 infielders on the left. Pitch. Alonso takes strike 3 called. Hudson gets him with the.
All right, guys. So the inning is over. Francisco Lindor with a 2-out home run. Line drive over the right field fence to make it 4-1 Mets. The Max Scherzer is coming on the mound in the top of the 4th. So it's nice to see Lindor make up for that lackadaisical, lazy play at shortstop, which should have ended the inning for Jacob Degrom with no runs. But he made it up. He got that run back. So that's nice to see with Francisco Lindor. It's nice to see Francisco Lindor hitting very well from the left side of the plate, because I think he's a better right-handed hitter all around, but it's nice to see him doing well left-handed as well. So now we get to see crazy Mad Max on the mound for most likely the end of the game, depending on how many pitches he throws, and we will see. So we got a 3-run lead going into the top of the 4th, guys, with, let's see, who is at the plate. Let's see. Got Yepes, Donovan, and Burleson, a couple of minor leaguers. So once again, Degrom pitched pretty well. Nothing crazy. He pitched very well today. With the 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 5 strikeouts. All right, Joe. I'll be at 6 o'clock. I'll be off the stream by then, so we'll be good to go. So yeah, guys, that's basically what it is right now. Going to the top of the 4th. Pix 11 just came back, showing Max Scherzer on the mound. I will be putting it back on the radio call in a few seconds. It is showing the stats from last year with Washington and the Dodgers. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. We'll be with you until the end of the game today. And the game is about to start. So enjoy, guys.
Performance went just as planned. Jacob Degrom pitched a full 3 innings, ended up around 50 pitches, allowed a run on 4 hits. Degrom struck out 5 in the game. And he parts way to give some space to his new teammate, his new rotation mate, and certainly a guy that is going to end up in Cooperstown at some point in the future. Max Scherzer is on the mound wearing a Mets uniform, and it is something to see already. First pitch on the way. Juan Yepes takes a fastball strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1. For as much of a pain as Scherzer has been to the Mets over the last several years, it is a striking contrast to see him in a Mets uniform on the mound. The 0-1. Fastball popped up, right side, out to go get it McNeil, in to come get it Marte. Near the line now, Marte makes a running catch. Nice job by Starling Marte. It's a bit overrated of a storyline to say that it's going to be an adjustment in some ways for Starling Marte. This guy's too good of an outfielder, too good of an athlete to care about what angle the ball's coming from.
He's won Gold Gloves in center field. You cover a lot of ground in center field, and I don't think playing right field should be too challenging for Starling Marte. In between, his ability to go get a fly ball on his arm. Look out.
Scherzer's first pitch to Donovan fouled back 0-1. Plus Marte played left early in his career when the Pirates still had Andrew McCutchen, so it's not going to be an issue for Marte to move to right. He made a nice running catch there to retire Juan Yepes. 0-1 to Donovan. Over but low from Scherzer. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, one thing about Scherzer is that he will mix all of his pitches up immediately. He doesn't come in just trying to get one pitch going and then follows up with another. 1-1. Breaking ball bounced to the right side. Alonso backs up to handle it chest high. Perfect throw to Scherzer on the bag. He retires Brendan Donovan. And there's 2 up, 2 down in the 4th inning.
Boy, was that a beautiful play by Alonso. And, of course, Scherzer getting over it, too. But, you know, the way you make that play as a first baseman, especially as you range as far as Pete had to his right, you know, you can't be looking to throw that ball to the pitcher covering first in motion. You throw it to the bag, and you expect the pitcher to get there in time. And that ball would have cut that bag in half. And Scherzer got there in plenty of time, and it was an easy play in the end.
Yeah, nicely done by Alonso and Scherzer. Pitch to Alec Burleson. Swing and a miss on a fastball away. No ball and 1 strike from Max Scherzer. He'll be 38 years old in July. A St. Louis native, remember, so facing a team that he grew up idolizing, the Cardinals. No balls and a strike. Hands overhead. Wind up the pitch. Burleson swings and misses. Nasty back foot slider from Scherzer right over the shoe top. Got an awkward swing. And it's 0-2, but it's fastballs, sliders, cutters, changeups, curveballs. You'll see the whole allotment, and you'll see it in the first couple of innings from Max Scherzer. He's not trying to hide anything when he's out there. From his windup, the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a soft tapper toward third, fielded by Escobar to his left. Perfect throw to first, retired.
All right, guys, so that was a really quick inning for Max Scherzer. Pop out, grounder, and 2 grounders. The pop fly, it looked really nice when Marte ran after that ball down the right field line. Coming in, he looked really good. You know, he never played right field in his career. He played center and left. So it's nice to see he can easily adjust to right field. He looks healthy. So as long as everything works out, and, you know, obviously it's usually the day after the game when you start to feel some pain. So hopefully he comes out healthy tomorrow. And we have a healthy roster going into opening day in 10 days, 11 days? Scherzer's a beast. You know, what did he throw? Like 8 pitches in the 4th inning? So now we got the Mets coming up in the bottom of the 4th. You got Cano, Escobar, and Jankowski in the bottom of the 4th inning. Yes, exactly, Christian. He does have a power from the left side, but he does hit for average on the right side. That's one thing. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's I think he's a natural right-handed hitter, and he learned to hit left-handed. So that's exactly what I think. Like I said, Lindor's a good player. He's a really good player. You know, nobody is worth $340 million. You know. And, you know, if you can get 260 from him, 25 home runs, 80 to 85 RBIs, you'll sign up for that every day of the week. So, you know, I think Lindor is going to bounce back. He's going to be more comfortable in New York. You know, everything was like shocking to him. Like he was shell-shocked last year. So right now on the mound for the Cardinals is Jake Woodford. And we're going to go right back to the call. The game's starting right here on TV, so they should be back on the radio call. Tony, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for tuning in. So here's the call by Ray Randazzo and
Washington,
Howie
D.C.
Rose.
and then Philadelphia before the Mets open up the home portion of their schedule at Citi Field on April 15th against Arizona. Mets will play the Diamondbacks that first weekend of home games, and then the following weekend in Arizona. So they'll wrap up the entire season series against the Diamondbacks in a week. Jake Woodford is the new pitcher for St. Louis, facing Robinson Cano. First pitch, fastball bounced foul, first base side, and it's 0-1. Cano, then Escobar and Jankowski in the bottom of the 4th against Woodford. Guy who could factor certainly in the Cardinal rotation or bullpen at some point this year. First round draft pick, made his debut a couple of years ago. This 0-1 breaking ball skipped under the feet of Cano. Somehow it didn't hit him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Woodford has had an ERA of 4.05 in his 9 major league starts and 4.62 in his 29 relief appearances. Got a good curveball. He's on the mound here, working from the third base side of the rubber against the left-handed batting Cano. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Good changeup, too, I guess. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Robinson Cano. 4-1 Mets, bottom of the fourth. We're having fun on a sun-splashed day in Port St. Lucie. Jeremy Hefner is talking to Steve Gelbs right now on TV, and he looks as cool as a cucumber. This is the most relaxing day in Jeremy Hefner's career as a pitching coach. 1-2. Cano takes outside, 2-2.
Well, first of all, when you're talking to Gelbs, there's nothing to be nervous about. There's, the adrenaline flows at a nice, easy, calm rate.
Steve's very disarming.
Absolutely. It's Gelbs. Gelbzo.
It is Gelbzo.
Inside joke, folks.
Yeah, well, hopefully it stays there. The 2-2. Cano, it's a chopper toward first and foul. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Robinson Cano. It's the bottom of the fourth. 4-1, the Mets have the lead. Jacob Degrom worked the first 3 innings. Max Scherzer was perfect in the fourth. And away we go on this Degrom-Scherzer day, with the two of them hoping to combine for all 9 innings of this game. Scherzer wants to go 6 today. It's contingent on his pitch count, although it was a very breezy top of the fourth. Certainly will help things along for the master plan today. Woodford downhill, the 2-2. It's a grounder sharply but foul toward the Cardinal bullpen on the first base side. It's still 2 balls, 2 strikes on Cano. 77 degrees. As Howie said before, we haven't seen a cloud all weekend, to the point where we didn't even recognize this thing in the background. Beyond the trees, center field. We were told by our producer filling in for Madge this weekend, Stefan, that it's a dump. It's a 2-bouncer short, fielded by actually Donovan, the third baseman to the right of second base. He throws out Cano, and there's 1 out here in the 4th inning.
Well, we better provide some background here. It is so clear that you can see what appeared to be this edifice sprouting beyond the trees that are literally about 5 miles out. And it looks like, maybe like a limestone white building going from left to right as we would look at it, except that ain't no building.
First pitch to Escobar is low, ball 1. I thought it was some like large hill maybe. It kind of looks like a mountain, but it's just a dump.
It's a dump, literally.
1 ball, no strikes on Eduardo Escobar. 1 out, nobody on. Woodford downhill, the pitch. Escobar hammers one toward the right field line, but foul.
Landfill if you're interested.
All right. 1 ball, 1 strike on Eduardo Escobar. Maybe some other places, would make a correlation with St. Louis, but that's not how we operate at all.
It's not? I thought we were famous for it.
1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. Escobar takes strike 2, a fastball on the outside corner. Escobar switch here with power, batting left-handed against the righty Woodford. Buck Showalter was very impressed with Escobar, as everybody usually is. But what he did yesterday for the minor leaguers, 1-2, breaking ball in the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Escobar took it upon himself to go over to minor league camp and get the group together of the minor league players and really just tell his story of how he grew up so poor that his mother was basically a housekeeper and tried to do whatever she could to help the family have some money. And Eduardo told her that he was going to help do what he could when he got older. A ground ball up the middle here, fielded by DeYoung behind second. Off balance throw to first, retires Escobar. 2 up, 2 down. And then even there, Escobar got signed. He was originally signed by the White Sox, but was never regarded as a prospect of any sort, and yet has turned into a very good major league player, getting a nice 2-year, $24 million contract from the Mets to play for these next couple of seasons, and just a guy that you could really admire. So he just went over there and told the minor leaguers his story, and everybody was really appreciative to hear from Escobar. First pitch to Jankowski, outside, ball 1.
Who used to do something like that was Ian Desmond, the former shortstop of the Washington Nationals, who has since retired from baseball after going to the Texas Rangers.
1 ball, no strikes, the pitch. Breaking ball low, 2-0.
Almost every day in spring training, Desmond would go over to the minor league side, just pick out a couple of young players and sit down and get to know them a little bit, tell them about, as Tim McCarver used to call it, big league living.
2-0. Jankowski takes a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Buck actually mentioned that Ian Kinsler used to do that too. 2 out, nobody on. Bottom of the fourth, 4-1. The Mets have the lead. 2 balls and a strike on Jankowski. Woodford from the windup, his pitch. Inside ball 3. It's funny even how Escobar got discovered in the first place. He just happened to be playing on the same team in Venezuela as Ozzie Guillen's son. And Ozzie went to the game, saw Escobar playing, and got upset. 3-1. Jankowski hits a chopper foul, first base side. It's 3-2.
Ozzie Guillen upset?
He got upset. But the reason why he got upset is because his son was starting over Escobar. And he said, my son's now nowhere near as good as this guy is. You've got to play Escobar. And Ozzie not only got Escobar more playing time, he ended up getting him signed by the White Sox. And that's how Escobar ended up in the White Sox organization to begin with.
Ozzie's son ended up in therapy after that?
After having him as a dad, I'm sure he was already there. 3-2 to Jankowski, bounced up the middle. Some confusion between the Cardinal infielders, and a late throw to first as Jankowski, with his good speed, is able to leg out an infield single.
Well, when your own dad is selling you out. Ozzie is a piece of work.
Yes, he is. Travis Jankowski just bounced that ball softly toward the second base bag to Young, and Robertson got their wires crossed a bit. We've seen that before with the Mets. Lindor and McNeil had those issues last year. Robertson fielded, but he was off balance and had no chance to throw out Jankowski. Throw to first, Jankowski back standing up as Nito bats. Nito cranked a 2-run homer out to right center field. His first time up today. Home half of the fourth inning, Mets lead 4-1. Nito stands in here with Jankowski at first. Throw to first. And Jankowski back standing up. I asked Buck today what he thought about Jankowski making the roster. And he said, it's interesting with a couple extra players and what Jankowski brings to the table. He said the thing with a guy like him is that you just want to make sure coming out of the offseason that he's still that type of player. First pitch. Breaking ball grounded softly towards short. DeYoung has it. Flips underhand to second for the force out.
All right, guys. So it's going to the top of the fifth. The Mets still lead 4-1. Jankowski got the hit of the inning. Infield hit between second and short. But the Mets did not score. So we're going to see Max Scherzer for another inning. And he's probably going to pitch the rest of the game, as long as his pitch count is reasonable. So just looking at something, guys. Give me a second. Joseph, how you doing, buddy? Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We're going to keep on rolling this stream out to everybody that can get access to it. So the more likes we get, the more the stream's going to be at the top of the list at the search bar. So keep it up, guys. Really appreciate all the support you've been giving the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't forget, guys, hit on that subscribe button. This will be a regular thing for regular season as well. Similar setup with the game cast on. And also, most of the time, the radio call and the in-between innings about the analysis of the inning.
Real estate. Craving a tasty burger? Smash Burger has you covered. Enjoy certified Angus beef burgers, signature sides like Brussels sprouts, smash fries, and spun milkshake.
Yes, guys. Yeah. Angel, you did say that before. For sure.
Hey, Mets fans, this is Kyle Alonso. I like my news the way I like my fastballs, right down the middle. Big WCBS News Radio 880, your news.
All right, guys. So the game started back on TV. I'm going to put the radio back on, guys.
Intending to finish this game and get himself ready to go. He wants to get up to 100 pitches by the end of spring training. That's his goal, because he says at that point, pitch 100, you know mentally where you are. You can give an honest answer to your manager as to whether or not you can continue beyond that. You got to get there first, and that's what Scherzer intends to do before camp breaks. He's on the mound here. Ali Sanchez leads off the fifth. Play-by-play. Here's Howie.
All right, Wayne, thank you very much. Scherzer into the overhead windup, and his first pitch is taken right down the middle, although it had some bend to it, a slider at 87 miles an hour, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Scherzer needed only 8 pitches to work a 1-2-3 fourth inning. Now back overhead. Here's the 0-1, and a fastball crackles over the outside corner, and the count 0-2. And that was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And Scherzer, when he came up, we first saw him working out of the bullpen with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's another guy that was throwing triple digits at the very beginning of his career. The 0-2, a little bit low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Scherzer then, of course, moved on and got his career on its Hall of Fame track as a member of the Detroit Tigers. And remember him pitching one particular game, and it might have been in the postseason against the Yankees. Here's the 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball fouled straight back. Talk about a guy who was, no pun intended, just a max effort guy from the very beginning. I remember him, I think it was when he completed 7 innings for the first time, just about celebrating in the dugout like it was, the greatest achievement of his nascent career. And at that point, I guess it was. The 1-2 swung out and missed. Strike 3, dialed it up to 95, punches out Sanchez. 1 up, 1 down. And that'll bring up Kramer Robertson, who struck out against Degrom his first time. But, it's all been, again, if not a linear path to the success that Scherzer has had over the course of his career. Certainly a gradual one, and that was a big part of it for him. First pitch on the way, taken up and in, ball 1. Just, getting to the point where he was able to stretch himself out in a big game to that stage. And eventually in 2015, he threw 2 no-hitters in that season, 1 against the Mets. The 1-0, breaking ball over the inside corner, strike 1 call. Boy, what's great about watching him too, Wayne, is that tempo that he works at. He gets the ball back from the catcher, and he's raring to go. And those fielders love that. 1-1 pitch, fastball swung out and missed 1 and 2.
I think he would combust if he held the ball any longer with the way his intensity ramps up and just takes over him before he lets go of each pitch.
Robertson just briefly stepped out, but Scherzer was waiting for him on the rubber. And here he comes, 1-2. Breaking ball popped up foul this way, like really, really close. And a little false hustle by yours truly, as I could tell that it was safely going to fall underneath us. That's when I got up and gave it the effort. There was no way I was making a play on that ball if it was coming back into our booth with the velocity that it can. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and a breaking ball, strike 3. Scherzer has struck out the first 2 here in the 5th inning, retiring 5 in a row. 2 out, Dylan Carlson coming up. I'll give you credit. You were right on that ball, but I just wanted to teach you a little something about eye wash, false hustle.
That was a softly hit one. If that ball had the juice that they normally do, I'd have been under the table.
Absolutely. And you would have found me there waiting for you. In a manner of speaking. So 2 out, nobody on, and here's Dylan Carlson, who has struck out in double. Somebody's got to call the game. First pitch, fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. I'm predicting this year Madge calls a batter.
He might.
It could happen. The 0-1. Change up outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I'm sure he's been looking forward to it ever since
college.
1993 when he stepped in with Murph and Gare for the first time.
20 pitches for Scherzer. That's all so far with 2 out, nobody on. The 1-1, change up outside, ball 2. This is his 2nd inning of work. The Mets, by the way, have a 4-1 lead over the Cardinals here. 3 infielders on the right side of the diamond against the switch hitting Carlson batting left. And Scherzer, a glove in front of his face, has to wait a second because Carlson slows him down by getting time from the home plate up John Tumpane. And now they're ready to go again. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball lifted in the air, shallow right. On comes Marte, still coming, makes the running catch at his left knee.
All right, guys, so we're going to the bottom of the 5th. Another nice play coming in on the running catch by Marte to end the inning. So Marte showing his speed. He looks healthy, which is great. That's great for Met fans. He's got to be our leadoff hitter coming in to the season. So it's a nice sign. I've seen Marte running around. He made 2 nice catches so far in the first 5 innings. Scherzer just mowing everybody down nice and easy. think he had 23 pitches so far. So that's where we're at right now. The Mets still lead 4-1 going into the bottom of the 5th with Marte, McNeil, and Kana coming up in the bottom of the 5th. So going back to the guy who pitched before Scherzer, and you guys might know him in Jacob Degrom, 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts. Overall ERA in spring with the 2 starts, 1.80. Scherzer so far, 2 innings, 2 strikeouts, 1.29 ERA in its first 2 starts so far. So that is your pitching box score for the 2 pitchers that has pitched so far. And it's going to be the only 2 pitchers that pitched today in Degrom and Scherzer. Only guys on the docket for today, guys. So Degrom looked good. Degrom, gave up a couple of hits, but he was working on his curveball. That was obvious. He threw about probably 6 or 7 curveballs in the 3 innings. So he was definitely working on that. And Scherzer just is Max Scherzer. Just mowing people down, quick innings. It's just what he does, throwing around 94, 95 miles an hour, which is more than enough for Scherzer. And getting out of the inning, no problem. So Starlin Marte is coming up right now. So let's see what he does with the bat, guys. So we're going right back to the radio call.
Forever that the guy makes a nice running catch at his left knee to win the top of one inning, generally leads off the bottom half of the same inning. It just worked out that way for Starling Marte, who is in to start the bottom of the 5th. That's 4 Cardinals 1. First pitch on the way is fouled off to the right and out of play from Jake Woodford. And the count 0-1. That's with 9-1-2 in their batting order. Marte, McNeil, and Kenna. Woodford, the right-hander, working from the third base side of the rubber. Left leg kick the 0-1. Marte bounces one to third, backing up and having it go under his glove is the third baseman Donovan, and down the left field line. Marte on his way to second. Burleson up with it, plays it in, and Starling Marte is aboard. Well, you could say that Donovan allowed that ball to play him a little bit as he just continued to back and fade away from it, attempted to backhand it, and it went under his glove, and Marte's in scoring position with nobody out.
Remember, they batted him 9th today to try to limit his at-bats and get him out of there early if they needed to, but now he's had 2 at-bats, and he's played 5 full innings here, so Starling Marte has apparently kept himself in this game maybe longer than Buck Showalter had originally intended.
Yeah, and I wonder if part of that too, Wayne, and it's a good point, is the product of Buck being a veteran manager who understands that veteran players can kind of police their own bodies a little bit. Here's McNeil, first pitch hit on the ground left side. DeYoung, the shortstop, into the hole, grabs it, throws to first in time to get McNeil as Marte holds on at second. So 1 man away. Mark Canna will be the batter. But, I think Buck has been around long enough to where he understands there are certain veteran players you just give the benefit of the doubt. You trust them until they betray that trust. So 1 away. Canna has struck out and bounced to third. Mets leading 4-1 here in the last of the 5th inning of our exhibition game. They've gotten away from calling these things exhibition games. I don't know why. I like to call them spring training games. First pitch on the way, taking high, ball 1, like they're selling something.
Well, they are spring training games.
Yeah, I know, but it used to be, you'd look in the TV guide, the Mets are playing this March 20th. It's exhibition baseball that was listed. Not spring training baseball, it's an exhibition game. I think they feel you're underselling it by calling it an exhibition. The 1-0, breaking ball on the outside corner, 1-1. I'll give you another one of those pet peeves, which I think does have to do with something they try to promote. You win the World Series, you're the world champions.
Right.
None of this World Series champion stuff. Pennants say New York Mets, 1969 or 1986, world champions. I don't care if you copyright something. Here's the 1-1. Curve low outside, 2 balls and 1 strike to Canna.
I'd say out of all your peculiar pet peeves, the spring training baseball versus exhibition baseball is the strangest one I've heard yet.
Well, it's something I wouldn't use during the regular season anyway. It's just something to pad out a meaningless game. But this one has a little more meaning because Degrom started and now Scherzer's in there. Now it's Jake Woodford on the mound for the Redbirds. Delivering 2-1 to Canna. Pickoff play at second, and Marte back as the ball bounced out of the glove of the second baseman Robertson. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Marte was in there ahead of him.
Well, Howie mentioned 47 steals a year ago for Marte, but that was on 52 attempts. He was only caught stealing 5 times all of last season. So not only does he steal a lot, he steals extremely efficiently.
2-1. Woodford looks to second. Now the pitch. Canna lifts it foul down the right field line over for a look as Carlson, but it's in the seats. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. I don't have statistical evidence in front of me to back it up, but even though you had guys, most notably Mookie Wilson, great base stealer in his day, I think maybe the best base runner, one of the best base runners the Mets ever had, who optimized his ability to read pitchers and only steal at the right time, Kevin McReynolds. Boy, was he good at that. 2-2 pitch. In tight with a fastball, full count to Canna.
Yeah, he was good at that, and maybe in some ways a similar offensive player to McReynolds is Goldschmidt. Paul Goldschmidt is exactly like that as well in terms of his base running ability, not quite matching what his speed is.
I mentioned Joe McIlvaine before. He said that Kevin McReynolds was the best amateur player he ever scouted, but he just didn't love baseball. McReynolds, not Joe.
Right. He was not my favorite player when I was a kid. I'll tell you that.
Now, let's see. Well, well, no. He didn't do anything to hurt the Cubs, did he?
I mean,
You just didn't like him?
he often hurt the Cubs, sure. But it was just the way, the way he carried himself. This guy obviously didn't care about the game as much as the other people did, and he was still beating you.
Well, that's what made him such a tremendous amateur player, but, well, he can infuriate you sometimes. Payoff pitch, fouled back to the screen, and the one line that'll stick out forever in the minds of Mets fans was after the Mets won Game 6 of the 1988 National League Championship Series against the Dodgers, forcing a 7th and deciding game. McReynolds, who had an MVP calendar season that year, said afterwards, well, I can't lose. If we win tomorrow, we're in the World Series. If not, I'll be duck hunting 2 days from now. You gotta be kidding.
Being honest.
Well, points for that, I suppose. Payoff pitch to Canna. Curve looped over second. Might fall in. Here comes Bader. Can't reach it. Base hit. Around third. Coming to the plate. Marte. Bader's throw. The slide. Safe at the plate. Not in time.
That speed by Marte is absolutely amazing.
The throw. Holding it first with an RBI.
Good base runner.
And the Mets have a 5-1 lead.
Howie, Starling Marte never hesitated.
With 1
as
out,
soon as that
never
ball
hesitated.
was off of Canna's bat, he took off immediately. He wasn't waiting around for that to drop at all. It was a straight shot from second to the plate. And Bader, who barehanded that ball off the grass and made a good throw to the plate, had no
Smart
chance
base running by
Marte
Marte.
just ran as
He
soon
knew
as that
right
ball
away.
was hit, almost as if there were 2 outs. That was an incredible read off the bat by Starling Marte.
Well, they're the kind of reads
The Mets actually
that
have a base
outfielders
runner. How about
use
that?
Instinctively on
A guy who
fly
knows how to
balls.
run the
Marte, who was
bases.
an outfielder, recognizing that ball was going to fall in, just kept on running. So here's Lindor, home run last time. Batting left-handed, takes over the inside corner. A slider, strike one call. And I think you could probably say that a little part of that was, in fact, the innate instincts. I guess that's somewhat redundant, but the baseball instincts utilized by Starling Marte as an outfielder, allowing him to read that ball off the bat of Mark Canna. So 5-1 New York. The 0-1 to Lindor. Curve, big swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
He had no fear at all that ball was going to be potentially caught by a Cardinal. And that's the best defense out there, the one the Cardinals have. Marte just took off, and that was the only reason why he was able to score the way that he did.
Bader made a pretty strong throw to the plate, too. He's an outstanding defensive center fielder. But, again, we told you about 5 gold gloves on the Cardinals last year, plus 2 guys who didn't win them. Gold gloves in their past. Adam Wainwright, the pitcher, and Yadier Molina, the catcher.
Yeah, well, we've got 6 months to pick on the Phillies defense, but I'll tell you this. The Cardinals made themselves a playoff team based largely on their defense last year in a way that I'm not sure the Phillies are going to be able to this year.
0-2 now the pitch. Curve lined in the air to right. Back is Carlson now comes in, plays it on a hop. Base hit. Stopping at second is Canna. Carlson broke back on that ball, then came in, and maybe the wind pushed it in a little bit. reading the flags in right field now. They are blowing in. And so, we got a pinch runner. We got a pinch runner here or no?
No, it's just the bat boy.
Oh, okay.
Unless they want him to run.
Well, why not at spring training? They need their exercise,
That's
too.
an exhibition game.
Runners at, yeah, exactly. Runners at first and second. One out for Pete Alonso. Hope to see you at Citi Field for opening day and all the biggest games in 2022 with a Mets season membership. Choose the membership that fits your schedule and fandom. Visit Mets.com/memberships for more information. So Alonso, who doubled and struck out in 2 plate appearances, will be next. You know, people were saying before the game, in response to a point that I made about how completely different the field is around the Mets right now. And, you know, full disclosure, we were not in the clubhouse the last 2 years. We were not allowed. First pitch to Alonso, foul down the right field line, out of play, 0-1. That was as per the COVID mandates, nor were we allowed on the team charters. Of course, we didn't travel anyway. But I said to Pete, from the little contact that we were able to have with you guys over the last 2 years, something's different here. I sense a different relationship, not only between, you know, the writers and broadcasters, certainly the team broadcasters and the players, but maybe even the players themselves. And he had something interesting to say about that. First, the 0-1 to him. It's on the way, and it's low, 1 ball and 1 strike. He said he is energized this spring by the fact that now the lockers and the players who inhabit those lockers are right next to each other in a way that they had not been for the last couple of years because of the COVID mandates. They were much further spread apart 2 years ago, and a little less so, but still further spread apart last year than they are now. He said now you can kibitz more with your locker mates, and it just, you know, enhances more socialization within the clubhouse. The 1-1 swung on and missed, breaking ball, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that's interesting because
Yeah, that's not a point that I would have thought of.
never would have thought of it, but we wouldn't have had any first-hand frame of reference anyway, having not been there.
I also not sure that he actually used the word kibitz. You think he used that?
I think he did. Oh, he did.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
That's a direct quote from him.
Absolutely.
Wow.
He did. He's a New Yorker now. He gets it.
I'm a Floridian.
Nothing wrong with that. Perfect combination. 1-2 pitch. Reach for and pop foul into the seats down the first baseline. Now Pete's in a great mood anyway. You know, he got married this winter.
Got paid.
Yeah, well, that was coming. Arbitration eligible. Nice number. You're going to get that. And he's open to an extension, but never mind that. He said he figured the happiest day of his life would have been his wedding, which it was. He said, but then, he said the honeymoon, every day of the honeymoon were the happiest days of his life as he and Haley toured Italy. Outfielder out towards left. The pitch, a curve taken high, ball 1. He actually met the Pope at the Vatican.
Met the Pope?
Pete Alonso met the Pope.
Wow.
How about that? That's on your bucket list, I would imagine.
You just don't get an audience with the Pope every day. It's not like you just show up at the Vatican. The Pope is right there for you to meet and greet.
Well, he's a Mets fan. He understood what it was like to hit 53 home runs as a rookie. So he was hoping to meet Pete and Haley. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Take it upstairs. Full count to Alonso.
You ever go to the Vatican?
I have not. Well, I haven't met the Pope.
Not that you'd be terribly interested in the
Well,
Vatican.
no, now. I mean, I have global interests, you know. We were in Italy 5 or 6 years ago, and we were in Vatican Square. Saw all the sights, saw the Sistine Chapel.
Pretty neat place.
Michelangelo had some kind of ladder to get up there.
Yes.
That's a guy you want to give handiwork to. You can trust him. 3-2. Runners lead second and first. The pitch. Taken low. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
Bases
Jake
loaded.
Woodford walks Alonso.
For Robbie Cano, don't you know?
The door to second. And with the bases loaded and 1 out, Robinson Cano will be the batter, but looks like it's going to be against a different pitcher as Carlos Marmol is on his way to the mound. Woodford, let's see, 39 pitches. So
That's Mike Maddox. Nobody's throwing in the Cardinal bullpen yet.
oh,
They want to stretch Mr. Woodford out a little bit in case he's a starter for them.
Let's see if Robbie Cano can get some runs in here.
Treatment with the right hand on the left
Less than
shoulder.
2 outs.
I think with the Cardinals' rotation in flux a little bit, with Jack Flaherty possibly missing some time at the beginning of the year, Woodford is among those auditioning for his starter's role.
It's a shoulder problem for Flaherty. And Mike Maddox, a former Met, is on his way to the Cardinal dugout now. Robinson Cano steps in. Now, we were talking about that Adam Wainwright, Yadier Molina combination as battery mates. They have worked together as battery mates the 4th most times of any battery mates in baseball history. And of the pitchers who comprise the first 3, 2 of those pitchers pitched for the Mets late in their careers. First pitch to Cano, fouled back towards the screen. It's 0-1. The all-time record to this point for most games worked by pitcher-catcher combination, Mickey Lolich, who pitched 1 year for the Mets, and Bill Freehan for the Detroit Tigers, culminating in their 1968 World Championship. 324 starts as a battery. That's the most. Then came Warren Spahn, who pitched briefly for the Mets late in his career, really right at the end of his career, and Del Crandall for the Boston and Milwaukee Braves. And they were in a couple of World Series together, winning one of them against the Yankees in 1957. 0-1 to Cano, hit on the ground to short.
All right, guys. So Robinson Cano hit into a double play, so he didn't drive or run home in. But the Mets are leading 5-1 going to the top of the 6th with Max Scherzer coming back on the mound. So Robinson Cano has looked really bad this spring. If I'm not mistaken, he's like 1 for 13 so far this year in the spring. So he's not looking very good. It's just slow. Yeah, $48 million is basically down the drain, which the Mets probably could have used with a big bat or bullpen pieces. But, I mean, it is what it is. You know, at least we don't have to rely on Robinson Cano. That's the difference. We don't have to rely on Robinson Cano. We have different DHs. You know, we can have Dom Smith. We can have JD Davis. You know, those guys are going to be a big part of the DH role. And it's not like we are putting all our chips on the table for Robbie Cano to be a part of this lineup, a big part of this lineup. So that's the one thing that I'm not too concerned about. I know the money sucks, $48 million over the next 2 years, but at least we know we're not counting on him to be an everyday player, and that's what I'm talking about. So, like I said, guys, I do not think Robinson Cano is going to start the season as the DH opening day. I think it's either going to be Dominic Smith or JD Davis, and most likely it's going to be Dominic Smith, which I'm perfectly fine with. Yeah, I think a lot of people want Cano out, but again, the Mets are going to give Cano every opportunity to perform to the best of his ability. That's basically it. But it is what it is at this point. La Potencia, I don't know if he's going to be fine. He's 1 for 13 in spring training so far. It's unfortunate, but again, the Mets are not counting on Robinson Cano like they were in 2019 when they traded for him and Diaz. We're not counting on him. He's not going to be the big bat in the lineup that we need. He's not going to be the everyday second baseman. So it's not too much to worry about when it comes to that. So at the moment, it's not looking good for Cano, but the Mets have other options. So the game is back on. It's already 1 out, pop up to center field. So 1 out for Scherzer in the top of the 5th. So here's the call again from Wayne Randazzo and Howie Rose.
The 0-1 fastball popped in the air, left center field. Moving into the gap, shading his eyes is Jankowski. Travis Jankowski makes the catch, 1 man away. So Scherzer's retired all 7 that he's faced. Harrison Bader, who's 2 for 2, will be next. Remember the best concert you ever saw? Maybe the best one I ever saw, and this is back in the 1970s. My favorite band at the time was Montehupo, and they became the first rock band ever to play on Broadway. You're thinking, yeah, well, how does this tie in with the Mets? Well, it kind of ties in with Scherzer and Degrom today. It's about opening acts. First pitch from Scherzer to Bader inside. A fastball turns him away. It's ball 1.
Well, who opened for Montehoople to make this an opening act? The Rolling Stones?
No, an unknown band at the time, relatively speaking, called Queen.
Oh.
So here's the 1-0 aborted. Scherzer started his delivery, and then time was called at home plate. But Queen opened for Montehoople. So is Jacob Degrom this generation's Queen? The 1-0 slider in for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Degrom opening for Scherzer. Something
Pretty
tells
good.
me Max Scherzer could not sing all the way from Memphis. Here's the 1-1. Fastball popped up foul into the seats first base side. Alonso over for a look, but it's way beyond his reach. And the count 1-2.
Well, for as great of a singer Freddie Mercury was, Jacob Degrom's probably got the same amount of talent from a pitching standpoint.
Absolutely. So 1-2. DeGrom kicks and deals. Breaking ball. Did he go on appeal to first? No, sir. Says the first base ump, who is not Hunter Wendelstedt. Or maybe it is. Yeah, it looks like it could be Hunter. They move around a lot in game. But anyway, the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. John Tumpane, the home plate ump. Does Scherzer strike him out? No, he fouls it off. Not yet satisfying that leather-lunged fan.
Yeah. Not as many Cardinal fans here as usual for a Mets-Cardinals spring training game.
Good.
It's a good amount, but it's closer to 50-50 than it is here today.
It needs them. It's the home of the Mets. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Curve, weak swing and a miss, strike 3. Boy, Scherzer's got, as they say, a whole lot of clubs in the
Scherzer's
bag.
looking good, guys.
He just broke off a dandy curve to Harrison Bader, 2 men away. Scherzer's retired all 8 that he's faced, 3rd strikeout.
That's really part of what you get with Scherzer is 5 pitches that all can get hitters out at the major league level. He is a brilliant pitcher, and he seems to always know which pitch to go to in the right spot.
Here is Paul DeYoung now. Outfield around towards right and better. First pitch, slider popped up near first base. Shallow right. Alonso out towards the line. Can't get it. It falls beyond the reach of Alonso. Marte was angling in from right field to help. McNeil, the second baseman, was headed out that way as well, but the ball just found the perfect spot.
Probably a good thing it fell in because Scherzer's only thrown 31 pitches to this point. Part of this, having him go 6 innings, is so he can stretch out the pitch count. If he does it on only 60 pitches or so, that's not quite getting him the number of pitches that he would want today.
And think about what might happen in the last 2 or 3 innings as the Cardinals present even more minor league type players. They might not want to stand in there too long against Scherzer. The 0-1 inside, he hit him. So DeYoung, maybe hearing from Scherzer a message that I know what you've done to these guys over the years. I'm on it, and you're going to pay for it sooner or later.
Well, he's done it too. He's one to talk. He's hurt the Mets as much as anybody from a pitcher's point of view.
Well, that's okay. He's not going to drill his own guys now. He might as well go after the others. So he plunks DeYoung, and here is Juan Yepez. But anyway, the point about, more minor leaguers getting into this game for the Cardinals over the last few innings, they might just be up there swinging the bat against Scherzer. First pitch on the way, taking a low outside, a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count 1-0.
Yepez, one of the few guys around St. Louis that doesn't want to see Albert Pujols get signed by the Cardinals because he figures to be the right-handed option as a DH a lot of times for Oliver Marmol.
1-0. Here's the pitch. Slider in for a called strike, 1-1. We talked about that possibility last week, and I haven't heard any buzz at all about Pujols and the Cardinals. I don't know if you've heard or read something else somewhere, but that seems to be a very quiet subject, if not a moot point right now.
I think Albert's fine waiting until June even to sign with the team.
1-1. Breaking ball, low outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
He wants to go somewhere where he could potentially win again and just be a helpful hand against left-handed pitching.
And then there is Michael Conforto. No offers that have been made public anytime in the recent past, and the season starting in a week and a half. No spring training for Michael. The 2-1 fastball outside, 3-1, and again, free agent or at least draft pick compensation is still part of the bylaws, at least for this year's group of free agents, so that because Conforto was made a qualifying offer by the Mets, there is draft pick compensation attached to him should he sign with another team before the 16th of July. So around the All-Star break, but more to the point, the draft, which is the basic deadline for when that compensation runs out. 3-1. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. That's rolled foul. Third base side. Full count. So DeYoung will be off and running with 2 out on 3-2. 6th inning. Mets leading the Cardinals 5-1.
Somebody sent us the poster from that concert you went to.
Oh, at the Uris Theater?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They played a handful of nights.
And Queen in relatively small letters. The great Ian Hunter, the front man for that band, and how he and they are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a crime. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball low, ball 4. DeYoung the second. First walk allowed by Scherzer. Brendan Donovan will be the batter.
Tickets were $6 and $7.
Yep. We had 6th row center.
Sure.
Unbelievable
Well, you
show.
splurged, huh?
We got them the day of the concert. Cancellations.
You spent the $7 ticket.
That was
instead
a
of
lot of
$6.
money back in 1974. You kidding? Here's the first pitch to Donovan, a changeup outside, ball 1. That was a lot of dough back then.
Sure.
For a poor kid.
A show like that now, front 6th row, you probably have to spend $400 or $500 on a ticket.
Or maybe more. They might reverse the billing on that ticket, by the way. The 1-0 fouled back of the screen, 1-1. You know, if they were to have had that concert today, I think Mott might be the opening act for Queen.
If you sold the ticket stub on eBay, you'd probably get more than the $7 you paid to see the show.
That's long gone. But the memory's not, at least of that particular show. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a foul back over the screen. A ball and 2 strikes on Brendan Donovan. 1974, the Mets were the defending National League champions. And I'm sure that a couple of the players from that team will be on hand in August when the Mets hold their Old Timers Day. Boy, the fans are thrilled to have Old Timers Day back. 1-2. Scherzer deals. And a changeup in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Piazza sounded nervous. Said he's got to get in the cage and get in the game shape a little bit.
Well, Lee Mazzilli's going to have a lot to do with organizing that game. He's kind of been helping Jay Horwitz recruit the players. But, you know, Maz's big thing is he doesn't want any of those players to be embarrassed. He doesn't want guys going out who aren't capable of playing and not looking somewhat like their old selves. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a bouncer towards first foul. So it remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brendan Donovan, with the Mets leading 5-1. Runners at first and second, 2 out here on the top of the 6th.
Well, I'm sure Robin Ventura will still be in somewhat game shape, and wouldn't be surprised if he hooks a ball down the right field line and hits one out in the corner.
That'll work, especially if the bases are loaded. That was his forte. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul straight back. Robin had grand slams in both ends of a doubleheader for the Mets as a member of with the Mets against the Milwaukee Brewers back in, I believe, 1999.
He was an incredible hitter with the bases loaded in his career.
Great guy, too.
18 grand slams, 5th all time.
Can't wait to see Robin again. What a great sense of humor. 2-2 pitch. Somewhere, ball 3. The ball popped out of the mitt of catcher Tomas Nido. And from back here behind home plate, it certainly looked like strike 3. The ball is probably down a little bit. Max Scherzer not putting up too much fight. But now the base runners, DeYoung from second, Yepez from first, will be in motion on 3-2 with 2 out. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on and fouled. He just did get a piece of it. Nido couldn't hold it. That was the 46th pitch delivered by Max Scherzer. 24 of them in this inning after needing only 22 to work through the 4th and 5th combined.
He's thrown 15 since that pop-up dropped in foul territory that may have been able to end the inning had it been caught.
So again, the runners will be going 3-2. Scherzer extends the arms at the stretch. Payoff pitch. curve that's lifted in the air to center. Should be easy for Jankowski. He's under it, and he makes the one-hand catch.
All right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Mets still lead 5-1. Scherzer was in a little bit of a jam, but got out of it with no issues. So we're going to the bottom of the 6th. We got Escobar, Jankowski, and Nito. We're probably going to see probably a couple of pinch hit appearances. Probably taking a few guys out. Most likely. Probably. Maybe. I don't know as of yet, but I think they might take a few guys out. But at the moment, Escobar, Jankowski, and Nito coming up in the bottom of the 6th. So once again, Scherzer looks good. He struggled a little bit, but got out of the inning with no damage. So that's exactly what we want to see from an ace pitcher. So once again, going back over the Degrom and Scherzer stats with Degrom, what they were when he came out: 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and 5 strikeouts. And Scherzer, same amount of innings as Degrom at the moment, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. So again, typical of what you would see from a healthy Degrom and a healthy Scherzer, just pure dominance all across the board. And you get a lot of zeros in that earned run department and run department. So once again, guys, we're going to the 6th inning, the bottom of the 6th, with the Mets coming up, leading 5-1 in the game so far against the Cardinals. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more Mets fans before the game is over in the next couple of innings. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. Do not be shy, guys. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. This is the setup that we're going to have throughout the entire season. It's going to be very similar with the radio call, the game cast on the screen, with my little box with me between innings. Maybe I'll keep the box there during the game as well for instant reactions as well. But that's basically what's going to be the setup during the regular season as well. So the game's back on, and it's already 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Escobar lined out to center field, 1 out. So we're going to listen to Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo again, guys. Be back after the inning's over.
Beat cancer. RWJ Barnabas Health and Rutgers Cancer Institute of New Jersey.
All right, guys, the radio call is not on yet. It's a little behind the TV for some reason, but I am streaming the radio call. So
We go to the bottom of the 6th inning here at Clover Park in Port St. Lucie, Florida, where the Mets have a 5-1 lead in our exhibition game against the Cardinals. And for the Mets, Eduardo Escobar in the lead off. Jake Woodford stays on the mound. And the first pitch to Escobar, batting left-handed, is taken for a called strike, 0-1. Jankowski on deck and Nito to follow. Infield overshifted. The 0-1 lifted in the air, a liner to center. Bader is there, and he makes the one-hand catch, 1 away. Introducing the Mets' 60th anniversary Flex Pack. Choose your games and unlock exclusive rewards. Go to Mets.turnstile.fan to select yours today. This figures to be a fun season at Citi Field in a way that we haven't seen recently, with, the emphasis, at least the nod to tradition. First pitch on the way to Jankowski, taken for a called strike, 0-1. Don't forget, Keith Hernandez is going to have his number 17 retired on the 9th of July. That means the world to him. The 0-1 changeup in for a called strike, 0-2. The Cardinals just put him in their Hall of Fame. So for Keith Hernandez, who's long been a member of the Mets Hall of Fame, biggest honor an organization can bestow on a player will be his. And the 0-2 fastball outside, 1-2, and he is really, really pumped.
That's a great honor for Keith, a long-deserved honor, long overdue even, to see number 17 where it should be, on top of Citi Field.
1-2 pitch, curveball, low, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Really hasn't been a number. It was worn for a little bit after Keith retired or left the Mets, but really hasn't been worn in many years.
Well, lately they've finally gotten the idea that that's Keith's. The 2-2 slider down and in full count.
As number 16, Jankowski's at the plate.
Look, these things will take care of themselves in due time, I'm sure. But as far as Keith goes, there have been some funny stories attached to how that number had been given out over the years. I've got one favorite, though. Time called at home plate. Roger McDowell, member of the 1986 World Champion Mets, former pitching coach of the Atlanta Braves, and a good friend of Keith's. Payoff pitch foul back to the screen, still full to Jankowski. Well, Roger was in the dugout when the Mets were playing the Braves at Shea Stadium some years back, and the Mets had Lima time. Well, sadly now late, Jose Lima was right at the end of his career, really not much left. The former Mets equipment manager Charlie Samuels gave Lima number 17. Payoff pitch in there, strike 3 call. Got it with a fastball that was up. And Woodford has his first strikeout. 2 men away. Tomas Nido was the batter. Keith was broadcasting the game that day for SNY, and he got a text on his phone during the game. It was from Roger. And Roger said, how the heck could Charlie give Lima 17? David Cohn, when he came back, he wore 17 as a tribute at one point for the Mets. First pitch on the way, a breaking ball for a called strike, 0-1. In fact, I think, am I mistaken, when Cohn came back for that little cameo with the Mets,
Tomas Nido with a hit.
For Doc?
Tomas Nido's looking good this spring.
Switched from 44 to 17 in honor of Keith. Taken up and in, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Cohn in 2003 wore 16.
16, right. And he won, was it his 200th game? I think as a Met on a windswept, cold, early season night at Shea Stadium.
Do you know who the last Met to wear 17 was?
Not Mike Bordick.
Nope.
Here's the pitch to Nido. I want to check the swing at first. He didn't go on the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Let me think real quickly. I don't have a quick response to that. Mr. Koo?
Nope.
I don't know. Okay. Give me the answer.
Fernando Tatis.
Oh, okay. 2-1 pitch. Line towards the gap in left center. That's a base hit for Nido. Bader over to cut it off. Nido turns first and holds on. And he's got a 2-out single. So that'll bring up someone not named Starling Marte. I think that's Jake Mangum.
Yes.
Mangum is going to hit for Marte and presumably stay in the game in right field. So Marte, in his Mets spring training debut, struck out and reached second on what was somewhat charitably scored, a 2-base hit. It was a ground ball in which the third baseman, Brendan Donovan, backed up and had to go under his glove. They gave Marte a double. And good for him. Spring training. Won't matter anyway. So Mangum, left-hand batter, swings at a curve and fouls it back to the screen. No balls and 1 strike.
Well, what mattered was seeing Marte handle right field seamlessly today, and also seeing him look very healthy, moving around and running the bases and swinging the bat.
Yep. A lot of good things from Starling Marte today, just from the standpoint of relaxing anyone who might have been a little uptight about whether he'd be ready to go on April 7th, which is coming up quickly, isn't it? The 0-1 way outside. In fact, the ball just about slipped out of the hand of Woodford.
Imagine that in a regular lineup for the Mets, whatever that even looks like with that DH spot seemingly going to be a revolving door, that Marte would slot in the number 2 spot in the order behind Nimmo and ahead of Lindor.
Look at this lineup. Everybody's healthy. No matter how they utilize the DH on any particular day, this should be a pretty deep batting order. 1-1 fastball taken low outside, 2-1. We say that a lot, and then stuff happens. Guys have off years, players are injured. So all you can do is take a look at how they line up on paper and hope that it translates onto the field. But just based on, that ability to have players just have their average years, swing and a miss by Mangum, 2-2. This group plays just up to its capabilities, even without doing anything particularly extraordinary. This should be a very deep batting order.
Certainly should be. The Mets have gone into a lot of seasons, it seems like, with high expectations, and then things don't turn out for one reason or another. Health usually the biggest reason. So we'll see when they get going, but a lot of things the Mets have to be optimistic about.
2-2 pitch. Liner to third. Caught on the backhand by Donovan. Side.
All right, guys. So Cyrus retired. 5-1 Mets. They didn't score. Going to the top of the sixth, the top of the seventh. And Max Scherzer is still on the mound, getting his pitch count up. He apparently wants to get it probably around 70 pitches, probably about 80 pitches, give or take. And he did say that he wants to get to 100 pitches by the time spring training is over. So he's ready to go for his first start in Washington on April 8th. So once again, guys, if you just tuned in, don't forget to please hit on that like button for the last couple of innings. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, guys. And if you want to become a member of Talkin' Mets with Rob, just click on the join button below on the screen or click on that $sign underneath the chat box, and you can click on the membership there and check out the membership perks. And you will get all those perks along with giveaways depending on what membership you choose. The higher the membership, the bigger the giveaway will be. And if you pick the biggest membership, you will have a chance to win Mets tickets during the year as well. All right, guys, so the game is back on.
Make WCBS News Radio 880 your news station.
Scherzer's back on the mound with 50 pitches so far.
Well, we go to the seventh
and
inning.
we're going back to Wayne Randazzo.
Clover Park in Port St. Lucie,
and
Florida.
Howie
Mets
Rose.
5, Cardinals 1. A little more difficult sixth inning for Max Scherzer, who needed 22 pitches to get out of his first 2 innings, and then threw 25 in the third inning that he worked the sixth. So he'll face the bottom third of the Cardinals batting order as we move to the seventh inning, Wayne.
Thank you very much. It will be Burleson leading off against Scherzer here with a 5-1 Mets lead. Scherzer's first pitch. Curveball drops in neatly for a strike, 0-1. We saw Jacob Degrom throw a few curveballs consecutively today. Degrom joked around afterward that he's just trying to impress Scherzer by throwing that curve more. The 0-1. Fastball high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scherzer has been kind of getting Jake to think about utilizing that curveball more. Just an extra weapon for what is already the best pitcher in baseball. And not too far behind him, I would say, is Scherzer. The 1-1, swing and a miss on a fastball away, 1-2. Certainly Scherzer held that title for a long time in the middle of the last decade. Max Scherzer was a 3-time Cy Young Award winner before Degrom ripped off 2 in a row in 2018 and 19. 1-2. Low and in, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Degrom finished 3rd in 2020 in the shortened year. Although I think if that was a regular long season, Jacob would have eventually overtaken Trevor Bauer and won again. The 2-2. Fastball high and away, ball 3. Last year, Corbin Burnes was the Cy Young winner in the National League, and deservedly so. Burnes had a great year for Milwaukee. Count on the left-handed hitting Burleson. Scherzer's pitch. Swinging a roller foul toward first, off the tarp on the right side. It's still 3-2 on Alec Burleson. Pitch count starting to rise a bit for Scherzer. He wants to get to 100 pitches with his next outing, which will be his last before the regular season begins. 5-1, the Mets have the lead. 3 balls, 2 strikes. They'll want to land around 80 pitches or so today. Payoff pitch, lined up the middle, a base hit. Well struck by Burleson as he singles to center. Burleson is considered a decent prospect for the Cardinals. He is on to lead off here in the top of the 7th inning. We've seen a few of the Cardinals prospects today. We were supposed to see another in Nolan Gorman, but he ended up being scratched because of back tightness. Matthew Liberatore, a left-hander who was in the trade that sent Randy Arozarena to the Rays, is warming up now in the St. Louis bullpen. So we'll see Liberatore in the bottom of the 7th. We've seen Juan Yepes today. We've seen Burleson, who checks in as the number 10 prospect in the Cardinal system. Scherzer's pitch to Ali Sanchez, swinging a tip into the glove of Nito for a strike. And it's 0-1. Ali Sanchez, former member of the Mets. Little bit of big league time in a Mets uniform. Mostly it was a catcher in the minor league system for them. Infield a double play depth. No balls, one strike on Sanchez. Scherzer a high set. Left leg kick, pitch. That's ripped toward the left field corner, pretty deep down the line. Chasing after it is Canna. That ball one-hops the fence in left field. Extra bases for Sanchez. Burleson rounds third. He heads to the plate. He'll score easily. It's an RBI double for Ali Sanchez. And Max Scherzer, who did not give up a hit in his first 3 innings on the mound today, has allowed back-to-back hits to start the 7th. This one plates a run. It's now a 5-2 Mets lead. Scherzer probably wanted to bury that pitch inside on the hands of Sanchez a little bit more than he did. Sanchez turned on it and collects an RBI double. That brings up the second baseman, Kramer Robertson. Scherzer, third base side of the rubber, sets just above his shoulders. Escobar comes in on the grass at third. First pitch is fouled away to the right, and it's 0-1. Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your New York Mets. 7th inning, 5-2. The Mets have the lead. 1 strike pitch on the way. That's lined toward right center. Moving over for Jankowski. Gets to it and makes the catch to retire the right-handed hitting Robertson. An out nice read off the bat by Jankowski, who I do think is going to find his way on the roster before the regular season begins. A number of teams will be allowed to carry 28 players up until about May 1st. So an extra player and an extra pitcher could be added. Once the regular roster has to be trimmed to 26 players, there's also a pitcher's limit of 13 that comes with that. Connor Capel is the batter, left-handed hitter. First pitch, curveball strike from Scherzer, and it's 0-1. It'll be a treat to watch Max Scherzer this year. See all of his starts wearing a Mets uniform. Scherzer's won Cy Young awards in both leagues. Only a handful of pitchers have ever done that. No balls and a strike to pitch. Fastball away. It's 1-1. Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, Roy Halladay. The only others to win Cy Youngs in both leagues. All Hall of Famers except for Clemens, who should be a Hall of Famer. 20 strikeout game. He's thrown a couple of no-hitters. 1-1. Capel swings and misses on a high fastball, 1-2. Scherzer's 20 strikeout game came in 2016. It was the 5th 20 strikeout game over 9 innings in Major League history. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Capel. 1 out runner at second base. Pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Scherzer very nearly threw 2 perfect games in 2015. One of them was against the Mets, where the Mets only had 1 base runner in that 17 strikeout no-hitter that
That
Scherzer
ball
had
took
at
a
Citi
crazy
Field
hop
at the end of that
for
season.
Lindor.
The
He
Mets
still
got
made the play.
1 man on
Nice
base
play by
on an
Lindor.
error. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Capel. Scherzer a peek back to second. His pitch inside, ball 3. Earlier that year, he almost threw a perfect game against the Pirates. He was perfect through 8 2/3 innings. And then he hit Jose Tabata, the 27th batter of that game, with a pitch. It was a hit batsman to end the perfect game bid at 8 2/3 innings. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Capel. Pitch. Curve is bounced softly toward the middle. Lindor waits for it, gloves a high hop, throws to first just in time to retire Capel. That ball almost bounced right over Lindor's head into center field. He had to jump up for it. And he was able to secure it, still make a good throw to first to retire Connor Capel. So 2 outs. Sanchez advances to third. Now Lars Nootbaar will be.
All right, guys. The radio is about a batter behind. Scherzer got out of the inning. We're just giving up 1 run. Going to the bottom of the 7th. And it's 5-2 Mets. So Scherzer's still looking good. His pitch count is up there a little bit. He's probably going to pitch around 80 pitchers. So we'll see if he goes through until the end of the game, or he might be taken out in the next inning or 2, or at least in the 8th inning, depending on how many pitches. But it looks like he can pitch the rest of the game. So up coming up for the Mets is McNeil, Kana, and Lindor. That actually might change. You might see a couple of guys get taken out of the game. But a couple of signs that I like to see. I see Marte looks very healthy. Played 5 innings for the Mets in right field. Made 2 nice plays. Both plays running in, catching the ball. And also got his first hit in the spring, a double down the third base line. That's one good thing about Marte that I was looking forward to see today. See if he came out of this healthy. Again, tomorrow will be telling, knowing that usually the aches and pains come after the game and the next day. But if he comes out fine, let's just hope that everybody is healthy, ready to go for opening day in about 10 days. Another thing, guys, when it comes to the lineup, Lindor hit a home run today. He's 2 for 3 on the day. Connor's 1 for 3. McNeil had not a good day today, 0 for 3. But another guy that we were talking about before the game today was Travis Jankowski, who possibly could be the 4th outfielder for the Mets. It's a good choice knowing that we have the DH this year, so you don't need a lot of, solid bats on the bench as you would in a regular National League roster or National League rules. So Jankowski is just the perfect utility guy that can play every position in the outfield. So he'll probably make the team coming out of camp. And, as you heard Howie Rose said, 28 players up until May 1st. So, and you can only carry up to 13 pitches. You can't carry more than that. So clearly there's going to be 2 more extra players on the team, on the roster coming up north on opening day. So the game's about to come back on in just now. So I'm going to put up the radio call in just a second, guys. It's not on yet. But all right, here we go, guys. So we're going back to the bottom of the 7th. McNeil, Connor, and Lindor.
Liberatore, a left-hander, who was a first-round pick of the Tampa Bay Rays in 2018. And he was traded. It's kind of a polarizing trade, as it turned out, because he was traded to the Cardinals after they got rid of Randy Arozarena. Basically, Arozarena had taped a Cardinals post-game celebration in the clubhouse and put it out on social media, and that kind of irritated the Cardinals. This was before anybody really knew who Arozarena was. And then he got traded to the Rays. Now everybody knows who Randy Arozarena is after that postseason he had last year, or rather 2 years ago now, in 2020. Liberatore's first pitch to McNeil. Fastball up and in, ball 1. But I think the Cardinals are going to end up okay in this trade. A lot of people like Liberatore. They think he's going to be a good pitcher. He's 22 years old, big left-hander, 1-0. High and tight to McNeil. 2 balls, no strikes. Cardinals have another big left-hander in camp this year, a guy they gave a 3-year deal to, Steven Matz. We will certainly see at some point this year on the mound against the Mets. 2 balls, no strikes to McNeil. Fouled away to the left, 2 balls and 1 strike. Liberatore is a strike thrower. He walked only 6% of the batters that he faced last year. He's a guy who will certainly pepper the strike zone out of AAA Memphis last year. Averaged a strikeout an inning. Hardly walked anybody. 2-1 upstairs, 3 balls and a strike. So if all goes well for Liberatore this year, certainly a chance that he will make his major league debut in 2022. Three balls, 1 strike. Pitch. Upstairs, ball 4. McNeil draws a walk. Just as we were saying about Liberatore and his ability to throw strikes, he walks Jeff McNeil to lead off the bottom of the 7th. Marcano will be the batter now. It seems like the Mets regulars are going to stick this one out.
At a baby buck. That scorecard as clean as possible.
Only well, just there. Here comes McNeil.
You and your big mouth.
McNeil's going to come off here. Somebody wearing number 2 is coming to the game, but that's not Dominic Smith.
Unless he went to sleep in the dryer last night. He shrunk 2 sizes.
Let's see if we have a name for this young man. It is Wyatt Young.
Oh, you just have to love spring training.
First pitch to Canna, bounce foul, first base side. No balls, 1 strike.
It's more like Eric Young.
Yeah, he's small. Wyatt Young wearing the double ear-flapped helmet as a minor league player out of Pepperdine from Hawaii. He's 5'7", 160. Canna fouls it back. No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, so that's not exactly Dom, is it?
No. 5'7", Wyatt Young. About the same height as I am.
Speaking of Dom again, have you noticed how he's bouncing around with a smile on his face now every time you see him?
That's the Dom we know.
That's right.
Dom seemed a little undom-like, as Buck put it last year, but not only in terms of his play, but his attitude. He's quite the same jovial character that we've come to know and love around here, but all smiles so far this spring for Dominic Smith.
But isn't it interesting that Buck knew that? He wasn't around here last year.
Yeah, sometimes Buck talks like he was here last year. No balls and 2 strikes on Canna, the pitch. Hit to the air, foul to the right. And it is still no balls, 2 strikes on Mark Canna. Fun to see baseball highlights and baseball discussion all over social media again. Videos of Scherzer shaking off his catcher.
Uh-oh.
Nick Castellanos getting base hits when people are talking about serious things on the broadcast. Happened again today.
What are we talking about?
Not us. 0-2. Canna fouls it back. Nothing we say is serious.
We were saying it, yeah. Nobody's going to be fooled by that.
No balls, 2 strikes on Mark Canna. Blue Jays pitching coach Pete Walker was arrested the other night on a DUI, and the announcers were discussing it during Castellanos' at-bat, so of course he got a hit.
That's serious.
No balls, 2 strikes on Canna. We'll see a lot of Castellanos this year. Canna, it's a high fly, left center. It's going to hang for Burleson, the left fielder who comes in for it. Now he's called off. The center fielder, DeLuzio, makes the catch. And Canna is retired. 1 out.
Number 12, shortstop Francisco Lindor.
Phillies have beefed up their offense by bringing on Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber about 10 home runs against the Mets last year. So
he's going to hit 40 in that place.
yeah, that's going to be a nice place for him and for Castellanos. Castellanos has great power, especially to the opposite field. He's going to wear out that ballpark. The Phillies are just
and
hoping
Lindor hits a shot to left field and gone. Francisco Lindor with his 2nd home run of the game. The radio is a little bit behind, guys, but Lindor just hit a bomb to left field for his 2nd home run of the year and hitting it right-handed, guys. So Lindor has been looking good all spring.
1 out, 1 strike on Lindor. Runner at first, Wyatt Young. It's lead 5-2 in the 7th. Liberatore Beltai set his pitch. Lindor cracks one in the air, deep to left field. Burleson going back, still on it near the wall. Looks up, it's gone. On top of the Jim Beam Bourbon Bar out there in left field. Lindor has homered from both sides of the plate in this game. Hit one from the left side earlier. This one right-handed against
Love to see it from Lindor. Love to see it from Lindor. Both sides of the plate. 7-2
So
Mets.
you would figure that when you read the papers tonight or tomorrow, inevitably the headlines and the stories were going to be built around Jacob Degrom and Max Scherzer, and to a large extent, I'm sure they will be. But Francisco Lindor is saying, hey, guys, hold my beer here. 2 home runs, a single. And again, Lindor under a microscope a bit differently than you would have expected here this year.
They show the graphic.
Upstairs, ball 1.
Those early returns are very good.
With Lindor.
2 home runs, 1 from each
152 home runs. 2nd most among shortstops since 2015. And he's in front of Trevor Story, in front of Bogarts, in front of Correa. So it's interesting if Lindor can go back to his Cleveland self.
Remember that?
I've got to think about it because I don't know it off the top of my head.
Swing and a miss by Alonso, 2-1.
The first guy that comes to mind is is Maz, but it had to be somebody before him, didn't it?
No,
it
we
wasn't.
looked it up, and it was Mazzilli.
It was, huh? 1980-ish.
I think, yeah, 79, I think. 2-1. Alonso fouled it off to the right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's hard to believe. It took that long.
Oh, yeah. You know, Buddy Harrison was a switch hitter, but he wasn't going to hit 2 home runs in one game. Thinking of some early days Mets switch hitters, they didn't have all that many of them, at least without giving it any deep thought.
Balls, 2 strikes on Alonso. 1 out, nobody on. Pitch. Grounded foul wide of third, past Joey Cora. And down the line, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Pete. Lindor did it last year. Certainly Carlos Beltran has done it in the Mets uniform. Two balls, 2 strikes on Alonso. Pitch. Rounded foul behind home plate. Still 2-2. 1 out, nobody on. It's the 7th inning. Mets lead 7-2.
You know, it could have been now that I think, I mean, we know the answer, but if I was going to go back and start thinking about real candidates, Kenny Singleton would have been one. Boy, I wish Kenny would have been a Met a whole lot longer than he was, but it was a good deal for both teams with Rusty Staub coming over as the guy the Mets needed.
2-2 pitch. Alonso lines to left center. Base hit over a leaping try by the shortstop, Delvin Perez. Alonso with a well-struck single. He's been on base 3 times today. Mets have 10 hits now in this game. They lead 7-2. Carlos Cortez is on his way to first, so he's going to run for Alonso. The batter is Robinson Cano. Nice hand for Pete as he comes off. So the lineup's going to get a bit younger for the Mets. Moving forward to the end of this game. On the mound, it's going to stay Max Scherzer. He's expected to pitch the final 6 innings. He's worked through 4 of them. First pitch, Cano takes low, ball 1. From a pitch count standpoint, he's pretty much on target to get where he wants to be. Kind of had that longer top of the 6th inning. Cardinals had a couple of men on base, and that probably in the long run was a good thing for where Scherzer wants to end up pitch-wise after today. 1-0. No, with a broken bat liner up the middle, that's going to fall for a base hit. Cortez advancing to second base. Most of the bat ended up near the first base bag before Cano even got there. Back-to-back singles after the Lindor home run, and Liberatore is struggling. 4 of the 5 Mets have reached 2 have scored. And now Francisco Alvarez is going to pinch run for Cano.
Now get a good look at that. You might not see that very often. Francisco Alvarez used as a pinch runner.
And from a body standpoint, a body type, as Mike Maddox goes to the mound to settle down Liberatore here, you can see the similarities between Alvarez and Pudge Rodriguez. It strikes you right in the face when you see Alvarez and remember what a young Pudge Rodriguez looked like coming up with Texas.
Can Alvarez ever strike a baseball? He is on the fast track, at least in the minds of Mets fans. The organization is not going to rush him, nor is there any need to right now. But, man, if you've got a kid who projects as a real plus offensive player who you can at least make an average defender behind the plate, you have a real advantage. When you've got an offensive catcher who plays the position well enough to stay there for a while. And that's why they resisted the move of Mike Piazza to first base for so long. Steve Phillips used to say, well, how many teams have catchers who can hit like Mike Piazza? Look at what that does for us to make us somewhat unique.
Around the game now, there's only really a handful of catchers who can really hit the ball in an impactful way for their teams. It is a short list from that position. 2 on, 1 out. 7-2 Mets here in the 7th. As Escobar bats right-handed against Liberatore. First pitch. Fastball strike at the top of the zone. And it's 0-1 on Eduardo Escobar. Cardinals have a pitcher warming up in their bullpen. Number 2 in spring training. 0-1 on the way. Escobar fouls one to the right, and it's 0-2. You can take a pitcher out in an inning, and then you can put him right back in the next inning. That's something we saw added to the spring training rules in the last couple of years. So that right-hander warming up in the St. Louis bullpen is Zach McAllister. It's possible they would just have him finish this inning and then send Liberatore right back out for the 8th. 0-2. Especially as the pitch count gets up. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. As Escobar strikes out, so Liberatore gets the second out of the inning. The batter now will be Jankowski. But this has been a 25-pitch inning now for Liberatore. I'm sure the Cardinals would like to prevent him from pitching much more than that in this inning.
Liberatore actually got away with a little something when he struck out Escobar because the second baseman Robertson had dashed into second base, anticipating a possible pickoff throw for Cortez, and he was on the bag.
First pitch to Jankowski, fouled behind home plate. It's 0-1.
Basically, Robertson was standing on second base when Liberatore delivered that pitch. There's supposed to be communication there where the pitcher might have stepped off or just held the ball long enough for that second baseman to get back into position, but that whole right side of the infield was vacated because of that.
Two out, 2 on here in the 7th inning. Mets lead by 5. No balls and a strike on Jankowski. Pitch. Breaking ball strike. It's the outside corner. It's 0-2. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the New York Mets.
All right, guys. So Jankowski struck out. Lindor hit a 2-run bomb to make it a 7-2 lead going to the top of the 8th. Looks like Scherzer's probably going to pitch still. I'm not sure if he's going to go after the 8th, but it's still nice to see that Lindor is hitting very well from both sides of the plate in spring training. He did that last year as well in spring training, but I do feel like Lindor is very, very relaxed right now. He just seems more comfortable in his own skin, basically, in New York right now, and that's a big sign. You know, I think the contract, as Christian said in the chat, it took a toll on him. It put so much pressure on him. And let's be honest, guys, there wasn't a lot of people to help him out in this lineup either. You know, he put all the pressure on himself, and, you know, the lineup didn't have the talent around them like they do right now. You got a lot more professional hitters around them now, where he probably doesn't feel as much pressure. And, you know, we saw this with Beltran back in 2005. You know, he struggled mightily in 2005. And in 2006, he was one of our best players on the team. So I think it's similar to what Beltran went through than what Lindor is going through. And I do think it's a good sign from Lindor, not just the way he's been hitting in spring, because you've seen that last year. He just seems relaxed. Speaking to the media now, just seems relaxed. Doesn't seem forced like last year. Last year, it seems like he was forced into speaking to the media. Like when he just, everything out of his mouth was just forced. Now he just seems like he's relaxed, calm, and if he brings that onto the field, he's going to be a very good player for us. So we're going to the top of the 8th. It looks like, let's see, Max Scherzer is still in the game, I believe. And he is. So Max Scherzer is still in the game. The game is about to start again. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button and hit on that subscribe button, guys. And stick around to the end of the game for a quick post game after the game. And then I'll see you guys next time. So here we are, Howie Rose and Wayne Randazzo back on the call.
Defensive changes. We've got most of them, I think. Missing a couple. Scherzer's on the mound here in the 8th. Play-by-play. Here's Howie.
All right, thanks very much. And Perez just dribbles the first pitch foul. So 0-1 to Delvin Perez, who is now the shortstop for the Cardinals. And Scherzer with an 0-1 slider outside.
Dominic Smith is at first base.
Dom Smith, the real Dom Smith, at first base. One of those 5'7" imposters wearing the same number.
Well, he's at second.
Yeah, I could tell. That was an easy one. The 1-1 slider low outside.
I think Matt Reynolds is at short.
Okay.
I know J.D. Davis is at third. Cortez in left. Mangum in center. I think it's Polka in right.
It is now. And the 2-1 on the outside corner, a strike.
So most of the regulars
Count, 2
are coming
balls
out
and
right
2
now at the
strikes.
end of the game, which is very normal in this sense of spring training.
So 7-2 New York, beginning the 8th inning. Scherzer into the overhead windup. Now the pitch to Perez. Up foul.
So Scherzer
going
has
back
72
out of
pitches
play.
on the game so far.
So let's see. The Mets infield now is Smith at first, Young at second, Reynolds at short, Davis at third, Cortez, Mangum, and Polka left to right in the outfield, and Nick Meyer catching. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball just missed inside. Scherzer thought he had it, but home plate John Tumpane didn't. It's full count. Tumpane, remember, made national headlines a few years ago in Pittsburgh. Scherzer into the overhead windup, the payoff pitch. In there, strike 3 called. He put a slider over the outside corner. Now Perez down on strikes. 1 away. And that'll bring up Ben Beluzio, the center fielder. Remember, there was a series in Pittsburgh, and someone was contemplating suicide and jumping off of the Roberto Clemente Bridge. And that is a bridge that links downtown Pittsburgh with the area where the ballpark, PNC Park, is. As Beluzio rolls one foul down the third base side, 0-1. And Tumpane, that night's umpire, was walking to the ballpark and saw that. And he actually talked the person down, talked the person into rethinking life.
Scherzer's making quick work of these minor
Here's
leaguers
the
now.
0-1. Swing and a miss at a fastball, no balls and 2 strikes. It shook Tumpane up a little bit too, but you use the word so often in a sports context that it's laughably misplaced. But when you call John Tumpane a hero, that day, it was real. The 0-2 fastball swung out and missed strike 3. Beluzio overpowered there by Scherzer's 94-mile-an-hour moving fastball. So 2 up, 2 down. We'll bring up Juan Yepes. It's tough for Tumpane to go to the ballpark and think about doing a game that night after such a set of circumstances. Mets leading 7-2. Scherzer now at 76 pitches. Number 77 is a fastball inside for ball 1. So if he can get through this.
All right, guys. So it's a quick 1-2-3 for Max Scherzer. The pretty good chance he might finish the 9th inning. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Mets leading 7-2. Scherzer's still looking good. I don't know if he's going to throw 100 pitches, but he's up to 80 pitches already. So it's probably looking like he might not finish the 9th inning, but we will see, guys. So once again, guys, right now with the box score, the Mets scored 3 runs in the second, 1 in the third, along with the Cardinals in the top of the third, 1 run in the 5th, 1 run for the Cardinals in the 7th, and 2 runs in the bottom half of the 7th, making the Mets lead 7-2. And once again, Jacob Degrom and Max Scherzer piggybacked off each other today. Degrom started the game, pitched 3 innings, very solid. And then Scherzer took over and been pitching ever since, and also has looking as solid as possible as well. So, you know, what you expected from both of these guys is exactly what you were getting. And again, a couple of hits from Degrom. He gave up 4 hits, but he was working on his curveball earlier in the game. And Scherzer is just being Scherzer, throwing every pitch he has in his arsenal and mowing down these guys. He had a lot of the guys just looking foolish, and that's just not surprising, guys. So once again, 7-2 going to the bottom of the 8th with Meyer, Mangum, and Young coming to the plate. A lot of the minor leaguers are coming in now. It looks like if this inning goes rather quickly, that we won't see Alvarez bat today. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. You know, they got a couple other games to see him pitch, see him hit as well. So once again, guys, please hit on that like button so when people want to replay this video, they can actually see it really quickly and get at the top of the list. You're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. Don't be shy, guys. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. It looks like Scherzer is done. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts with 77 pitches. So it looks like Scherzer's out. And somebody else is probably coming in for the 9th. So very well done by Scherzer. So JD Davis is up, and he bloops one to center and 1 out. All right, guys, so we're going to give up the radio call again to the bottom of the 8th.
7-2. Max Scherzer in 5 innings has allowed 2 hits and a run, walking 1, striking out 5. He did seem a little frustrated about something that he was discussing with Mets pitching coach Jeremy Hefner when he got back to the dugout. Just something maybe about little technical nuances. J.D. Davis, first ball swinging, lifts it in the air to shallow center. DeLucio there to make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out in the last of the 8th inning. It doesn't appear to be any big deal. Just Scherzer letting off a little steam about something that might have felt he could have done better.
It's going to be difficult to dissect every time this guy's upset about something from his pitching standpoint. So we'll see. But Scherzer, I'm sure, is just letting that intensity free flow in the dugout to his pitching coach.
Jake Mangum, the batter, and the first pitch to him, taken high, ball 1. But it has been fun, pretty much as advertised. Degrom and Scherzer today. A real rarity, a spring training game that you anticipate. The 1-0 on the way upstairs, a fastball, 2 balls and no strikes. And I was asking Ronnie Darling before the game if there was ever an exhibition game that he pitched that, was either memorable or one that he might have been pumped for. And he had one. Here's the 2-0. That's lined over short. That's going to fall into left center field for a base hit. Lucio up with it, plays it in. Jake Mangum aboard with a 1-out single. Back to the top of the order now. And it's going to be Wyatt Young. But anyway, Ryan was saying that, and he couldn't remember the exact year, around 1988, 89, something like that. The Mets and Yankees actually played an exhibition game at Yankee Stadium just prior to the start of the season. And Ronnie was saying that he'd known George Steinbrenner a little bit. And whenever he would see George at whatever function, George was very engaging, very friendly to him, had a nice cordial relationship. And in fact, even chatted at the ballpark before the game that day. Well, then Ronnie goes out and pitches against the Yankees. Throw to first, Mangum back standing. And Ronnie pitches 7 shutout, I think he said 1-hit innings against the Yankees. Well, spring training game, once it was in the books for Ronnie, 7 innings, he was given permission to leave. Fastball high, 1 ball and no strikes. And at old Yankee Stadium, the locker rooms were on the basement level, and you had to take an elevator up to the ground floor. So Ronnie gets into the elevator, and who's in the elevator with him but George Steinbrenner? George would not even acknowledge him. The 1-0 taken high, 2 balls and no strikes. Ronnie shut the Yankees out on 1 hit in an utterly meaningless game. And when Darling sees Steinbrenner in the elevator, George would not even glance at Ron. That's how much George hated to lose to the Mets. Mets leading the Cardinals 7-2. 1 out, last of the 8th. Mangum at first, and a strike on the outside corner from Liberatore to Young. And the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Of course, back then in the late 80s, the Mayor's Trophy game or a preseason game was all you had between the Mets and the Yankees. Now, of course, they've been going at it every regular season since interleague play started in 1997.
I know to you, the way to fix interleague play was to get rid of it, but I do think that they fixed it in some term.
2-1 pitch, breaking ball over, strike 2 call.
Because now it takes away a lot of the imbalance that the Mets faced every year. When that's your geographic rival, the Mets are playing more games against the Yankees. Meanwhile, the Washington Nationals are playing more games against the Orioles. Mm-hmm. And this takes away that imbalance of having to play your geographic rival or whatever much more often than the other team.
From a competitive standpoint, that's 100% true. Long set here by Liberatore. Now the pitch. Outside ball 3. I've just felt for years that interleague plays time. It's come and gone. And unfortunately, the way things are.
All right, guys. So it's a little behind the radio again. Wyatt Young lined into a double play. So we're going to the top of the ninth. We're going to see if Scherzer comes back for the 9th inning. It didn't look like it the way he wasn't really happy talking to Hefner, but it seems like he's probably done, but we'll see. Once again, guys, the Mets are winning 7-2, going to the top of the 9th. and it's been a lot of fun today. This is one of the most anticipated spring trainings in a while for the Mets, especially with Degrom and Scherzer on the mound. You know, it's a lot of fun. So, you know, it's nice to see Degrom coming out of this healthy, Scherzer right now coming out of this healthy. It's a big deal keeping these guys healthy throughout the season. So, guys, that's where we are at the moment. So, we're going to the last of the top of the ninth, and let's see if the Mets can pull out the win. And have a quick little post game, and then I'll see you guys next time. Once again, guys, if you want to become a member of Talkin' Mets with Rob, all you got to do is click on that join button below in the screen. Check out the different type of memberships. The higher the membership is, the more perks you will get. Also, there'll be different type of giveaways for certain members. If you get the highest membership, you are in the running for not only regular giveaways like bobbleheads, t-shirts, gift cards, but you'll also be in the running for Mets tickets throughout the year. So make sure you take a look at that, and you get a chance to win free giveaways, guys. That's always fun. So here we go. We're going to the top of the ninth. Max Scherzer is on the mound, so that is nice to see, guys. So we're going with the call.
Has thrown 78 pitches.
78 pitches so far for Max.
He's worked in relief of Jacob Degrom. Well, TV's got 77. The scoreboard's got 78. Not a big difference, but Buck Showalter and Jeremy Hefner will watch closely. The first pitch to Anderson Tejeda is taken upstairs for ball one as we begin the ninth inning. Mets with a 7-2 lead. And again, we can't see if the Mets might have somebody throwing because they don't throw their pitcher visibly in the bullpen here. Breaking ball in for a called strike, 1-1. The bullpens are on the field of play in foul territory, of course, at Clover Park. And Buck Showalter's not thrilled about that for fear of injury. The 1-1. Fastball hit deep to right field. This ball's going a long way back onto the berm and over the berm on top of a canopy. A long home run for Tejeda. It is now the Mets 7 and the Cardinals 3, but that ball was walloped probably well over 400 feet.
What a blast. It ended up onto that canopy, which is past the berm in right field. That canopy covers the couple of concession spots they have out there in right field past the berm. As Tejeda put a charge into that one.
Alec Burleson will be the batter now. So if the Mets have somebody throwing, it's just off beyond our range of vision on a backfield. Here's Burleson, left-hand hitter. He swings and fouls, tips a fastball into the mitt of catcher Nick Meyer for strike one.
I'm sure they do, considering 82 pitches right now.
The 0-1. Little chopper slowly hit. Right side charging as Young. He's got it. Shovels underhanded the first in time. One man out.
And for whatever reason, this ends up being a longer inning. They would have to get him out of there. So I'm sure they'll have somebody ready to go. But I would think Max wants to finish this one on his own and make it a two-pitcher spring training game, which you almost never see.
Well, number 99 in this case is certainly not Wayne Gretzky. It's Pedro Pages. It's spelled P-A-G-E-S, but we were told before the game he pronounces it Pages. And Scherzer's first pitch is a slider over the outside corner. Strike one call. Pages, a catcher. Tell his kids he faced Max Scherzer in the 0-1. Now I can tell him he's fouled one off as he fouls it off the base of the roof here behind home plate. And the count 0-2.
Anderson Tejeda can tell his kids he.
All right, guys, we're getting to the final out, so we're gonna see if Scherzer can end this game right now. We got 86 pitches so far.
Talks of having saved the
So
ball that he hit for his first
pretty
foul
damn
ball
sure that his
major
next
league.
start, which is his last start before
Nothing in
opening,
two.
before his
Now the pitch.
regular
Breaking
season
ball in there,
start.
strike 3 call. Well,
It's going to be around the 100
haven't
pitches.
seen one quite like that before. 2 men away. And the Cardinals down to their last out. That's 6 strikeouts for Scherzer. And Kramer Robertson. Last chance for the Cardinals with the Mets up 7-3. Overhead windup by Scherzer. His first pitch.
Just waiting
There's a
for
curveball
Howie Rose to
for a
say,
called
put it in the
strike,
book.
And it's 0-1. Mets will open in Washington against Scherzer's old team on April the 7th. Just a week and a half, a little more than that away. What is that, 11 days now?
2 strikes, 2
And the
outs,
0-1
top
on
of
the
the
way.
ninth.
Fastball outside, 1-1. We'll be hearing that Let's Go Mets chant that you hear faintly in the background for real at Citi Field, beginning on April the 15th when the National League season opens in New York against the Arizona Diamondbacks. 1-1. Scherzer
Game
delivers.
over.
Fastball swung out and missed 1-2.
Let's hear Howie Rose say it.
93 on the fastball. A couple ticks down from where it was earlier. And Scherzer a strike away from ending it and clogging up Peacock Boulevard. 1-2. Some of these fans standing. Scherzer into the windup. Here's the pitch. Swung out and missed strike 3. Got him with a breaking ball. Put it in the books. Well, I asked Buck Showalter yesterday.
All right, guys. So there you have it, guys. The New York Mets win 7-2 with Jacob Degrom and Max Scherzer pitching the entire game. Scherzer pitched 6 innings, and Jacob Degrom pitched 3 innings. Very solid performance by both guys. Very nice to see them pitch the way we expected. This was a very anticipated spring training game. Everybody was talking about it. 3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 5 strikeouts for Degrom. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 7 Ks for Max Scherzer. So there you go, guys. Mets win 7-2. Game 8 of spring training. Only about 10-11 days left until regular opening day in Washington with Jacob Degrom on the mound. So it was a very good day, very nice performance by Degrom and Scherzer. Also, guys, very nice sign that Marte played right field for 5 innings, made 2 very nice catches coming in on the ball, made a very good read on the base hit, the score from second base, and he got his first hit of the spring as well, double down the third baseline. So it's very nice to see Marte out there, and hopefully he remains healthy and ready to go for opening day. Once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in to Talkin' Mets and Rob Spring Training Game Live. Cardinals versus Mets. Keep on coming back for more, guys. This is going to be the setup going forward for the regular season, so hopefully you keep on tuning in, guys. I really appreciate all the support you guys have been giving. Don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. And if you're new to the channel, smash on that subscribe button, guys. Once again, guys, have a good night. Nice performance by Degrom and Scherzer. One more time, guys. Let's go Mets. Have a good night, guys. See you again on Tuesday.